hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Wolfpack. How are you doing tonight? Sorry. I'm still getting set up. Was checking to see if I have work tomorrow. And I'm still not sure if I have work tomorrow. Yeah, because technically tomorrow is a federal holiday. But I still have meetings on my calendar. So I don't know what's going up with that. Well, how goes your game dev stuff? Are you winning, son? As they say. It crashed again. All in a day's work for a game dev. Sounds like it's going about average. Could be a lot worse. Give me one sec. I still need to figure out if I have work tomorrow. Because I thought about it and then realized I never actually found out. Like a real adult. You know, it's weird. When I was growing up, my parents would always say, like, if you don't get your stuff together, you're not gonna make it as an adult. And you know what? Never got my stuff together. And, you know, they told, you know, in university, you always get told, like, oh, like, you need to learn how to manage your time better, otherwise you're gonna just crash and burn. Or when you get a job, if you don't, you know, follow a schedule and do things on time, you're gonna immediately crash and burn. And you know what? I have been working for 4 years. I'm 4 years out of school. I graduated in 2017, May 2017. Yeah, almost 4 years, yeah. No, almost 5 years. Oh man. I'm getting old. Yeah, I don't know. And my time management skills still pretty bad. Although, on the flip side, it does mean that I also have a pretty poor sleep schedule. Pretty poor sleep schedule. But also a top performer at my work. So, or at least used to be a top performer before the entire pandemic hit and all that. Anyways, here we are. I've given up on searching for whether or not I have work. So let's see. Crash and burn yet. It's all right. As long as you're willing to put in the hours, there's no risk of crashing and burning. But I think the problem is that you cannot be lazy and also not be good at time management. Like, if you are bad at time management like me, then you better be willing to put in the work to make up for it. Cinnamon sugar pretzels and waffles? Cinnamon sugar pretzels? Oh, so you're talking about an actual pretzel? And waffle? Oh, just all waffle. The pretzel was figurative. I see. Makes total sense. Godot, cubism. Yeah, that's how you want it. Oh, man. I miss eating real waffles. Or not real waffles. I mean, I don't really miss eating real waffles since I eat those somewhat irregularly. But a real pretzel? Wow. Not like the hard pretzels from Schneider's. Get in the bags. Those are all right. I used to keep a bag of those on my desk just to chew on when I'm thinking. But then you know. Actually, you probably don't know, but like whenever my mouth gets really dry, and I just eat more dry food, it triggers my gag reflex like really, really intensely. And that's the story of how I stopped eating pretzels. And that crunchy garbage. Hey, don't insult crunchy garbage. I like eating garbage. Garbage is delicious. It's one of the few things I will still continue to eat, even though like my insides totally hate it. Like, you know, what's it called? I don't know. Like, I still. Do you have crystals in your area? And assuming that you live in the U.S., so there's crystals and there's White Castle. I'm pretty sure that they're like the same thing. They're just named different things in like the north and the south. So I'm pretty sure in the north it's called White Castle, but in the south it's called crystals. But anyways, crystals, utter garbage. But you know, sometimes I like to go to crystals and be like, oh, give me that combo number 6. Give me that number 6. It's like 6 sliders plus some chili cheese fries. That's a good dinner, let me tell you. Alright, parameters. Okay. That's what I need to do. So I need to expose... No, not this part. I'm trying to remember, where did I leave off last time? Oh no. Like, this is where I'm at in terms of this program, right? So I am setting the expression at load time, and I am, or I'm setting the expression at load time, and I'm also just running it over and over again as well. I suppose I can just do this every single frame, or more than every single frame. Yeah, so like it's doing a thing, so that's correct. I think I need to set the parameters then, which is tough. White Castle. I don't know. Did you know that White Castle, they don't actually grill the patties? They're actually steamed? I did not realize that, but it makes a lot of sense as to why their little thin slice of ground beef is not exactly charred. Yeah, it's steamed over a bed of onions that they then put back on the burger. Delicious. Add parameter. Where did these come from? Where did these come from? Get ID, sure. Alright. So these come from somewhere else. Good. ID manager, get ID, param angle XYZ, then there's body angle. I don't think I need to set these parameters though. Like there's eye blink, eye motion. I do remember seeing in here, in the rust bindings that I'm using. Yeah, so there's probably not utils, huh? Probably controller, but where do the controllers come from? Yeah, and also in the background, just kind of slowly working on something else that's actually a game as opposed to, I guess, like, this isn't even like a tool. This is like a library for a tool, which is this. You know what? Let's load this back in. Oh baby. There's a few other features I still need to implement for this as well before a 1.0. Like whatever I'm doing right now is absolutely unnecessary for a 1.0 release. I'm just, you know, I don't really get paid to do this. So because I don't get paid to do this, I'm also not like, what's the word for it? Not bound? I'm not beholden. That's a good one. I'm not beholden to any users because there's no, you know, there's no monetary contract. I did not sell you anything. It's free to use, free to download, free to modify and take for yourself as long as you reproduce all the licenses. How the heck would I do this? Yeah, but I know that for this application, I do need to implement. So I am getting mouth data. So in addition to actual audio data, I am getting from the face tracker back like the mouth edge values. So I think that's how I can do lip syncing for you know, when you're not actually saying anything, but I can still get like your oh, ah. So I can combine the two. Hi, this looks really complicated. I'm starting with Godot and coding is really hard for me. I've not written a single line of code on my own. Well, let me tell you, it's pretty easy to get started, especially in Godot. What I'm doing is very complicated. If you are a first-time programmer, you are probably not going to have a great time, but there are lots of good tutorials out there. I personally recommend like a written tutorial over a video tutorial. But, you know, if you have any questions, I mean, I'd say I'm pretty good, you know. Forget what my bot commands are. But there's my itch.io. Look at that. He's done it. I wrote the bot. Still has, it's only crashed once. It's only crashed once in the wild. But I've pretty much have only written things in Godot. Or I've only released games in Godot, which is weird. There's written one stick bear. I have really short attention span. Oh, I feel you. I feel you. I don't know if it's the same thing. It probably is. It's just that everyone refers to it the same way, but I get bored pretty easily. Which is why I have so many side projects. That's you know, the classic programmer's conundrum. But, you know. Oh, this is actually not a game either. I wrote this one though, if you want to check that out. That code is also free and open source. Look at that. If I can find the repository. This is for a Ludum Dare, not called Ludum Dare. I could probably log in, but you know. There's the GitHub. Look at that. Boom. Written in Godot, there's the repository. Very poorly commented, but a viewer did port this to Rust as well, so the code was... The idea is pretty simple. I'm not gonna play it on stream though. I think, you know, obligatory headphone warning. I hear that it is pretty loud. Even though I was also wearing headphones when I was testing it, so maybe my ears are just broken. Which is weird, because I actually have near a perfect hearing. So, I don't know what's going on with that. My right ear is less than perfect, but my left ear is still pretty good. Very surprising, considering that during university I went to a lot of went clubbing more than I should have. Man, I hate clubbing though. But whenever you're drinking with friends and they're like, hey, let's go, like, are we going downtown, DT? And I was like, yeah, I guess. Woo. Then you're just trying to slip in with not using a fake ID. That'd be illegal. Instead, we just kind of like blend in with the crowd and get past the bouncer that way. Let's see. What am I trying to do here? So I need to figure out what I was doing last time. And I think what I was doing last time is I figured out that I need to find the link between opacity and the data that I get back. And so, oh no, something crashing. Saw something flash. Okay. So I need to find the link between parts and opacity. Because these opacities are correct. Oh, you know what? It was probably the blend. No, the blending mode. I remember. It's starting to come back to me. Even though it was only 3 days ago, I've completely forgotten all the things I've learned. So my script is finding the other, but it won't loop. Have you tried adding a print statement to track down where things are going wrong? Let's see. I am using Hiyori, right? Yeah, this is the Hiyori model that I'm loading in right now. No, this is Haru. Why am I looking at Hiyori? Haru, okay. Haru. It's pretty much the same stuff, except for... I remember, where was the blending stuff? Man... Groups, no. Hit area, probably not. That's more for games. Expression, oh. Probably not. Well, although how do I apply the expressions again? All right, it's starting to come back to me, I swear. Put this here. Is there anything incriminating in this cargo build? Let's just look at it on stream just in case. So I can expose all my personal information. All right. That's good. I'm not doing it like that. Okay. Good luck with your project. I have to go now. Take it easy. Sorry, I'm not doing something more interesting, but you know, tooling is tooling. You don't have to use Godot just to make games, although it does. It's more what it's meant for. How do I set up a print command? I don't know. I mean, you just type in print and then print whatever you want, you know? So usually you would print out an object. So usually when you want to print out an object, you would hit it with like a print string as something. So string, I don't know, factory. And then it'll just give me the object representation because, yeah, reference 1225. Right, you can look up all of the built-in functions. They're under @GD script, right? And then you have the big list of built-ins. So then there's all the print stuff that you could use. Not very complicated. Yeah. All right. So model parameters. Name string. Maybe I do need to expose that. I don't think that's a good idea. But we're doing it. But actually, no. Expression should be modifying the parameters. Yeah. Apply expression should be applying the maybe it's not 1.0 then. Interesting. Maybe not all of them are 1. Maybe some of them are 0 or -1. Unexpected token built-in function. What do you mean? What are you doing? Are you not typing like specifically print like your object, or print like even test to see if you're even able to get to that path, that code path? right? For example, if I wanted to test to see if there was like this function for drawable in drawables, you know, which is to say for each item in this array, drawables is an array, you know, we'll do a thing, right? So if I wanted to check that we run at least once, or how many times we run at all, I could add a print statement and just be like, hello. And then we'll see that it'll print hello many times. Right? That's kind of what I'm talking about, is that you can... That's one way of debugging to see if you're getting where you should be going. Getting the same error. Built-in function. Unexpected token built-in function. So if you do this... Yeah, so if you're doing that, then yeah, of course you're going to get the error, right? Is because your functions, any function that you call needs to be inside of another function, right? So GDScript is a white space delimited language, so your spacing matters, which is also why I was surprised by, I think one of the screenshots you showed me had your tabs being of length 2, which is very strange. It means that your code will break whenever you try to use other people's code. Yeah, you need to make sure that you are calling your function inside of another, or you're calling prints inside of another function, right? Yeah. Yeah, you have to be very careful when you are programming. Spacing matters. Where things are matter. Everything matters, really. It's just a lot of grammar. So if you're good at grammar, which I hope you are, assuming that you were educated in the US. Actually, I suppose if you're educated in the US, you probably aren't very good at grammar. US education system. I think actually if you went to a foreign English school, you would probably have really good grammar, which might explain why so many, you know, there's a lot of just like non-English speaker programmers who tend to be actually pretty good at it. Still isn't working. Well, if you're getting the same error, I mean, that's why, right? You cannot just call prints here. Right? That doesn't make any sense, right? You're going to get that error. Still isn't working. Well, see, that goes back to, like, you need to be specific, right? Like, specific, is it, like, the same error? If you're getting the same error, then you're making the same mistake, right? You're just making the same mistake, and if you change something, that means that you're making the same mistake at a different point in time. So it doesn't make a difference. I wonder if I can do this. Oh, no. Parameters. Expression. Parameters. It's a vector of u. Ooh. It's a vector of tuples. Ooh. A vector of tuples of u size, which is just an unsigned integer. Expression, blend type, and then, ooh, I don't have a clue what I'm doing. Yeah, I kind of figure. Are you following a tutorial? Yeah, like I know for older people, older programmers who grow up with C and C++, or even just like Java and related languages, right? Older programmers tend to struggle with writing Python because it's, you know, Python, and GDScript is very much like Python where spacing matters. But for newer programmers, you should definitely just follow a tutorial. Just know that it's pretty much like, are you able to write an English essay? Have you learned that yet? I don't know how old you are, but I'm assuming that you have hopefully gotten around to at least the 5-paragraph essay in English. You can think of programming like being like that, right? Programming is almost no math. Programming is almost no math at all, unless you're doing like complex 3D stuff. Or shaders. But then again, like most people don't do shader programming either. The reason my code isn't updating is infinitely printing but not changing text. Yeah. So that means it's working, right? So you're actually able to hit the print statements, so it is running your function, right? But you're not changing the thing beforehand. So you need to check if you're actually changing the data somewhere, right? Data doesn't change unless you change it. You know, it sounds obvious, but like, you need to change the data and then save it somewhere. So are you saving the data somewhere then? If you create a new variable, you're not saving it, right? So for here, you need to either have one of these class level variables, or you can see here that I create a factory from a factory path that I've defined somewhere else. And then later on in other functions, I'm not able to use this factory because I don't store it anywhere. It's just stored locally in the ready function. It should be, but it isn't updating in the control scripts. You're gonna have to be more specific than that. Using the export function. What do you mean the export function? Oh, you mean the exports, Ooh. Like export. It's not the export function, it's just the export word. It's just the export keyword. It's not a function. These are functions. Yeah. There's a slight difference. It's actually closer to a tag, actually, in other languages. Godot makes it a keyword for whatever reason. That's changing in Godot 4. So it's more what other people are expecting. So given this expression, I'm able to get parameters. How do I know which parameter I have? If this is just a vector of use sizes. Huh? How would I know? Like expression blend type is from the JSON stuff. So add, multiply, overwrite. Expression parameter. Who? So this is a U size, but that's an ID, which is a string. So I'm assuming that these don't match up. I should be exporting this somewhere. So do you know what, did you look up what export does? Wolfpack? Could you tell me what export does? Because I know what export does, but I feel like you aren't understanding what export does. So what do you know what export does? Here's a quick question. It's pretty easy since you don't need to respond in vocally. All right, so here's what export does. So check it out. If I go here, right? We're in 3D. I click on test screen. I don't see anything on the right here, right? But if you add export to the side here, boom, look at that. You can see that it's just updated on the side. So now I'm able to add things via the editor. So it's if you want to make things visual, you can change it visually in the editor as opposed to doing it all via GD script, right? That's the difference. And you probably could have looked that up, right? If you just, here's a quick tip, right? Go to Google. I'm in Google Chrome, so I don't need to go to Google. But you Godot export var, give that a Google. Look at that, GD script exports. Wow, look at that. And then, you know, You can probably read this yourself. I'm assuming that you're literate. So you have all these exports, and then all of these will, you know, just show up in the editor, which is nice. So these are all the possible export things that you can do. And then you can also add a type hint to the export if you want to make it more specific. I don't usually use exports. It's mostly for like if you are working with a designer or someone who is not a programmer, you would use export so that they're able to, you know, do things visually. But I generally try to keep everything either, you know, all the logic should either be in code or in the editor. When you mix the two, then you start getting confused as to which thing is going to what. You know? So that's what export does. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Expression parameter. So parameters ID. I'm exposing this, right? Ooh, parts don't need. Alright, let's print out expression and see what I get. I don't know. Apply expression. Parts don't need that either. I don't think I'm using this. Maybe I am using this? No. Doing a tutorial because you told me to? Yeah. I mean, you are a beginner, right? So like you are also like reading through the tutorial? Hopefully. If you're not, you might have a, yeah, then didn't the tutorial like tell you what the specific things do? Who are you getting the tutorial from? Are you following like GD Quest? I think they're usually pretty good. Yeah. But anyways, I don't know. I think it's kind of hard for me to view things from the perspective of someone new, I guess. I don't know, like I just kind of like forced myself to learn Python back when I was still in high school. And now here we are. I think before that I was trying to, my dad was like, I asked my dad to teach me how to program since he's like an old school programmer. So he tried teaching me C, tried teaching me Java, and I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Tried to do action scripts, which is you know, that's the golden days of old Flash games, right? But of course that was that's a no-go. Very difficult. ActionScript is pretty close to Java, actually. But, you know. I finally went through the basic programming tutorial on Code Academy for Python. Went through kind of like how data things are passed around, you know? Feeling pretty good after that. Small nap. Big nap. Taking a nap this late at night, that's a risky strategy. So I think what I'm gonna do, I don't think I want to apply expression like that. Or maybe I can. That's tough. That's tough. Like, why? That model value. What's the name of the YouTuber? Oh, what do you mean YouTuber? Or Small Nap is the name of the, oh, Small Nap is the name of the YouTuber that you're following? So you are following a YouTube tutorial? It sounds tough. Is that what Zoomers are into nowadays? I don't know. YouTube tutorials I always find really hard to follow. Like This is what I would recommend, which is GD Quest stuff. I mean, they got a lot of reading, I guess, but they have some good tutorials as well. I think I've used one of them before for 3D stuff. My approach with tutorials is like, once you, at pretty much every step in the tutorial, you should try doing like something of your own, if that makes sense. So that you can kind of, you know, you start experimenting in the middle of the tutorial. And then once you feel like you've learned what you've needed to learn, then, you know, just stop. Just stop following the tutorial and just continue on with whatever you were doing. So, like, I would highly recommend following like a Pong in Godot tutorial if you want to instead do something that's a bit more focused. Like, I think that's what I usually do to learn like any new engine, is just make Pong in it. Right? Because Pong, it's easy to understand. And you know, you might be saying, oh, but it's so boring. Yeah, but like, you gotta learn how to crawl before you walk, etc., etc., right? ID. Match blend type. This actually looks wrong. now I'm looking at it again. Oh wait, no, this is just the expression. Oh, so this doesn't matter. Yeah, never mind. Like, even if I did this, right? Ooh. Hold on. Do cubism. We'll hit it with a build, and then I don't know. Let's give it a try, see if anything changes. I'm just curious. All right, nothing changed. All right, that's good. So this is having no effect. So that's fine. Let's give it another build, but we won't retest it. Apply an expression to a model. Oh, you know what? What I should be doing is I should just be redrawing the entire model. That's so gross, but I think at this point it makes sense to do. Alright, so prepare yourself. Actually, hold on. So this is for drawable and drawables. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be horrible. Draw mesh. Am I using draw mesh anywhere? I am, okay. For drawable, oh, okay, so I already had the same idea. Yeah, and this is for drawable index and drawables.size. Okay, yeah, so I just need to copy this over. So we have the mesh, so we can get the mesh, and then we'll just need to mess with the vertices again, I guess. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So each mesh instance. All right, so what can I do with this mesh instance? So this mesh instance, I should be able to get the array mesh from that. So yeah, mesh.mesh equals array mesh. Yeah, so after this, mesh.mesh, and we'll cast it to array mesh, because that's what it is. What can I get from array mesh? How do I get the surface data again? Or is that not possible? I need to like reconstruct the surface every single time. I really hope not. Oh no. Oh, surface update region. Maybe? Ooh. Surface update region. Updates a specified region of mesh arrays on the GPU. Surface update region. That sounds like what I want. I really don't think I should be reconstructing the mesh every single time. But I could. Yeah, you know, I could just create a new array mesh every single time, I suppose. Yeah. It's probably fine. Let's not worry about it too much. Because at this current point in time, we still don't even have everything, like, updating properly, right? So for drawable ID, or for drawable index and drawables dot size, so this is, yeah, it looks pretty good. And then we'll need to get, I have roots, right? Just stored roots, get child, and we'll do this via raw index access, which is not great. It'll probably be fine. Var mesh. So I can guarantee that this will be a mesh instance. Just want to see if this will work. Don't do this at home, kids. Yeah, so we'll just do mesh is equal to, I created the, array mesh. Yeah, one of those, and then I'll need to update the materials and all that as well. Yeah. And then I'll need to do mesh set surface material, etc. Yeah. Okay. Hold the phone. So we need to grab the initial surface material before we do anything at all. Yeah. That's probably okay, maybe? Question mark? Oh no. That's not good. Did I not set a texture? Is that why it's not displaying properly? Oh yeah. It might be it, I don't know. I can duplicate this, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably okay. Set surface material. Oh, you know what? Okay. Mesh. Remove. No, okay. Mesh instance. How do I remove a surface? Or do I just need to create a new mesh? I don't think I do. That doesn't make too much sense. So given just a regular mesh, given like any mesh at all, I'm not getting any errors. Mesh, surface material 0, like these, yeah. Mesh.mesh is equal to null. So we remove the initial mesh that's on there, and then we set it to a new one. So that should just be automatically cleaned up, hopefully. It's a null instance, so that's good. Because this doesn't exist. Oh, I already have the meshes here, that's fine. Oh, so I didn't need to do a get child. What am I doing? Mesh. Yeah. Probably don't need to set it to null either, so let's give this a try. Alright. Unable to call function. M is null, so there is no mesh. Am I not adding this to the thing? I'm not adding these to meshes. Meshes append. What's the error? Do I have meshes? I should have. No, I don't have any meshes. Okay. So when did this get set to null? Yeah, that looks right to me. Maybe this needs to, like, I need to delay the process function until we're actually ready to start processing. Because I know that this does take a little bit to load in. I don't know. Let's give this a try. So if mesh's size is equal to 0, then just return. Don't do anything. Okay, cool. Doesn't appear to have been updated though, so. We are redrawing it every single frame though, so that's cool. Right, so, and I can prove this by just hitting it with, you know, just print redraw, doesn't matter. Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm stupid. Really? Hit it with an oof. Huh. Huh. Why is that? Do I not add it? Mesh is append. Ooh. Root add child. I should just be handling it with draw mesh. So does this never happen? Question mark. So yeah, here's our breakpoint. Mesh should be, or mesh. Ooh, mesh is null. How? What? How does that happen? Mesh is null? What's in meshes? Ooh. Meshes is null. Why is everything null? What? What did I do? Meshes. So there's the singular mesh, and then we have meshes, plural. Meshes, meshes, meshes. Okay. So let's see if we can figure something out. This doesn't make sense. Yeah. And then there's no mesh. But then what gets added to this screen if we're not adding anything to the mesh? Ooh. No, there are meshes, but we're just not redrawing it. I guess, like, the debugger just kind of gave up, which is cool. I've never seen that before. Well, that's not true. I have seen it before, but I haven't seen it in, like, an instance where, you know, I'm not running any of this on a thread, right? So it doesn't really have any bearing on this. Yeah. Yeah. So there are meshes. Are these referring to different meshes? I don't think these are referring to different meshes. So print meshes, right? So now we'll just get some log spam. Yeah. Gotta love some good log spam. So that's obvious. But then in draw mesh, we're not able to... Actually, I wonder. Is it because they have... Is it because of their names? No. Like, they're using the auto-generated names, which makes sense. Meshes, 8, no, yeah, no, that should be fine, but we're not We're not redrawing though. Even though I was pretty sure that this would work, right? Oh wait, hold on. I'm dumb. So did we ever hit redraw? Okay, so we hit redraw at least once. Debugger. Meshes. Null. Oh well. If meshes is equal to null, or do all of this. Please attempt to call function duplicate in null instance. Yeah. Yeah, so M is null, yeah. Seems a bit weird. Meshes is also null, so we're running into like a loading error, I think. If M is null, then just early and just continue, I guess. What? Where are we? Yeah, so we hit our first redraw, but then we're just losing the data somehow? How does that happen? Yeah, and meshes is also appearing as null, which I'm assuming is just, yeah, it's like it's breaking somehow. Null instance on a null instance. It's very strange. So we have the drawable. If net M is null, oh, hold on, get out of here. Just return. It's not null though. It's not null. It's like I need to wait a little bit for everything to load in before we start calling the update function on it, right? I feel like that's it, is that we're just not waiting enough. So instead of it actually working, it just kind of, there is a pointer to the mesh object that's created, but the actual thing isn't ready yet. Which is strange, because I'm not running this on a thread. It should be blocking the thread. All right, so we'll just brute force this again, I guess. Meshes. So there is some sort of data erase, I think. No, there's not. It's there. Ooh. So there's no data erase. If I hit this with like a print M, what happens? Like I should just get the mangled name of the mesh at some point. Yeah. Something seems wrong here. Something seems wrong. So M is null. That seems unlikely. Mostly for like obvious reasons. Yeah, M is still null. Yep. Yep. M is still null. Is it not a mesh instance? Does it change to something else at runtime and that's why it's breaking? No. I'm just baffled. I'm just baffled. So this should work. We can brute force this, I guess. Var M is equal to root get child drawable index. It'll have the null instance, really. But we are still printing out the data, so it's just at2 mesh instance 1264. Does this material not exist? So we can print out, I don't know, mmesh. Shouldn't make a difference. Yeah, so we'll just hit the same error. Yeah, we have an array mesh. And then on that array mesh, yeah, I think like this should just be mesh instance. Yeah, this is the same thing, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so mesh. What do you got on mesh? Should be able to get the we need to get material, and then, well, let's get surface count and see how many surfaces there are. Print get surface count. So we should get just one. We'll throw an error, that's fine. Yeah. Is it because like it's not able to keep up? That doesn't make sense though. Like the error I'm getting. Call function duplicate on base null instance on a null instance. Yeah. Alright, well. And I'm able to get surface counts. Is there no... Oh, is this supposed to be 1? Please don't be 1. Okay. I was scared that that might have been 1 as opposed to something else. So that's good. Meshes. Mesh. Surface 1, but it's accessed at index 0. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll need to do this. So this should still throw an error, right? No. Well, yes, but also no. No, that's, yeah. So I'm just not able to duplicate? What? Alright, so material, also null. Are these read only after it starts running? Why am I not able to introspect on this? Alright, so I know that this is a material, for sure. Print out the material. Oh, it's just a null object, huh? That's cool. How does that happen? I'm getting a lot of errors as well. Yeah. But if I do this, I can see that I'm printing out just like object null. Ooh. How does that happen? And we should be just be hitting it with just like a constant, you know, redraw, right? Yeah, so we redraw every now and then. Yeah. I don't know. What if we just create a new material? I'm starting to care less and less. Yeah. I don't know. Send it, dude. Here's the mesh. We won't use the previous mesh. We'll just create a new one. Where is it? Here. Get sent. Oh, I don't have any textures. Okay. Okay, let's load in all the textures initially as well. Var textures. This is an array of image objects, I believe. So we only need to do this once. Beautiful. Now your problem is identifier mesh isn't declared in the current scope. It's just M. Set surface material 0 to material. Oh, I don't need to do this then, right? That's probably fine. Send it. Hooray! I mean, we're redrawing. Okay, so it doesn't help. Doesn't help. Yeah, okay. So we are able to print out everything. Verified. 10 out of 10. Totally works. What's the other stuff? So we're printing out the masks. I know which masks we need to use. Yeah. And then several body parts also reuse some masks, which is what I need to figure out. Let's add another print. At least at this point in time, I have verified that changing, or at least I don't need to redraw the mesh every single time. It appears that the mesh is just the same. Actually, hold on. Am I loading in the new mesh? Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm not. That's why nothing's changing. Okay. Model. I need to get the drawables. Drawables equals model drawables, right? So this might change stuff. Ah, I tried. I believed. My belief was completely unfounded, though. So this is redrawing, right? Let's hit it with a print, just in case. Yeah, okay, so we are redrawing. Whoa. Oh, it's moving. Oh, it's moving. Let's go. That's kind of scary. Does it not move when if I don't call it? Has it been moving this entire time, or am I crazy? Just wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go, dude. I mean, she doesn't have any eyelids, which is pretty freaky, but you know, progress is progress, baby. All right, so now I know that I must redraw the mesh every single time, which is bizarre. But I don't think I don't need to. Like, I think this is fine, right? Like, yeah, we can just redraw like that. We need to update the drawables every single frame, or faster than every single frame, right? Basically as fast as possible. Yeah, okay, there we go. Do I need to apply the expression every frame as well? Let's just try that. No? I mean, what does this expression do? Like, there's, I think FO1 is one of them. Does this change your expression? Blink. Oh baby, there's a blink. Okay. So we're making progress. Very slowly. Also, I think, oh, my laundry's done. All right. Let me turn on my dryer one more time. I'll be right back. hello, I'm back. All right. So that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. So it confirms that we are redrawing every single frame. Or I do need to redraw the mesh. Or at least update the mesh every single frame if I want like the various parts to move. I wonder how performant this is. Like this must like be chugging, right? I actually have no idea. So this is the process time for this. So this is actually more strenuous than... This is actually more strenuous than running the current program. That's kind of funny. Even though all this thing is doing right now is it's just blinking. Actually, hold on. Let's stress test this. So if I just open up OpenCFace and like have it do nothing except for just, you know, run. What's the performance impact? So this is like a very simple model. So hopefully like it's not doing anything. Oh my god. Look at that. For the duck, it's only 17 milliseconds, while the other one was at like, what was it? What was this one? Oh my, 18. So the Live2D is about 2. It's not is that microseconds or milliseconds? That's milliseconds, right? That's 2 milliseconds slower than this. All right, so let's try this with a more complex model. So let's load in the Senko model. I'm very close to the screen. Please back up, ma'am. Yeah, no, it's about the same, right? Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Is there another flag that needs to change? Like I'm baffled. I'm just confused. I don't understand. Print me. Like I feel like I get vertex positions changed a lot. Like that. That seems to exist every single frame, because usually I would depend upon, you know, vertex position changed, right, in order to figure out which things need to... Oh. Oh. But wait, what's the difference between draw order and render order? What? Draw order and render order. So does this have something here? Oh, hello. Check this out, Memories Dota. This is what I have so far. So this looks pretty bad. Because she's not supposed to have 4 arms, but finally figured out how to get the pertaining meshes to wiggle. So then all she does is blink. Live2D is, surprisingly enough, not just some images. Live2D is, this one is like 83 meshes that have a sprite sheet mapped onto them. Hello Bumsy, check this out. So right now I am redrawing all 83 meshes as fast as possible. So now you might notice that it's about like every 5 seconds the model blinks. It's also like running slower than my face tracking program. It's 2 milliseconds slower, which is hilarious. I mean, that's where we're at. I finally figured it out that I need to change I need to just redraw stuff. And I feel like these dynamic flags are lying to me. So yeah. So the thing is moving. I just need to figure out Like the draw order. I'm a little confused about draw order. What's the difference between draw order and render order? I should probably just look this up. I still have not taken it upon myself to test out Live2D, the native app. Mostly just, you know, out of principle at this point. I don't need to do it thus far. And so I will not do it in the future either. Although it would definitely probably help. Now, how are you doing, Abumdi? Let's see, Live2D. I think I saw documentation somewhere in here. Right? It's not expressions, it's in model. Right? One of these. This is cubism, so this doesn't There was a fix me somewhere. I remember seeing a fix me. Yeah, here. Eating? Nice. I also eat sometimes. So I'm glad to know that we are more alike than you think. Live2D SDK. SDK, I guess. I'll just look up the SDK. Hopefully, my internet holds up as well. Let's update history. Oh, okay. The Cubism SDK manual. Gotta love a good manual. Ha ha ha. Cubism core. API reference for native, sure. Oh, okay. You know what? This actually looks fairly useful. Sure. Okay. Also really liking how some of these things are in Japanese. So CSM get drawable index counts de ko tonari 0 no drawable ga something exists? Is that what it says? Some 现在, that's not 现在, that's something. I don't know. I don't recognize that character. Zuru something o shimashita. Are doing the add-on jam? I was thinking about doing the add-on jam. Is the add-on jam... When was that going on? It's like sometime this week. Or is it this week? I saw it somewhere. Where's the Godot add-on jam? Do you have a link? I had an idea. Like I would do like just a really quick pixel art tool. Because did you know that, like, surprisingly enough, you would think it's really easy, but there's no pixel art tool for Godot. And for whatever reason, people don't seem interested in it. Even though, like, that's one of the things I really liked from GameMaker, is that GameMaker had a built-in pixel art tool. So I was thinking, what if I make one? Like, that's definitely one of my favorite features from from GameMaker, is that if you just need like a really quick sprite, you can just do it. Alright, imagine a quick ASC sprite clone in Godot. What I'm doing is probably not going to be ASC sprite, but hello Needle Mouse, hello. Like I think it should theoretically be possible to port what's it called, the pixel-o-rama, yeah. Pixel-o-rama is made with Godot, so it should technically be possible to port this as an editor plugin. The only problem with editor plugins is that you need to like, editor plugins cannot use auto loads. I mean, they can, but it kind of messes with stuff. And then also editor plugins cannot use classes. I mean, they can, but it also messes with stuff. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the link. Starts in 3 days? I'm busy in 3 days. How long does this last? I'm bad with numbers. That's 11 days. All right, we can join it. We can join it. That's all right. Consider it joined. I'm probably gonna do it, I guess. I do like making tools. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to port Pixelorama. No, I think it'd be cool, but I'm not going to do that. I have an idea for how to do like a really simple pixel art tool. So I actually already had something kind of written up. Let me see. Friendly potato pixels. The way it works is also kind of weird, by the way. But it technically should work since I think editor plugins will never be compiled to, well, they're always like, I guess, fully interpreted, I suppose, right? So look at that. It's just a white screen for now, but whatever. But the script around it, don't need to add tool to it. The plugin handles that for you. So it will like dynamically change your script source code to just make it a tool script. I don't know why Godot doesn't do this by default, but whatever. Anyways, I have something drawing. I know how to do the pixel stuff, I suppose, so we'll see how it goes. Well, I don't know how to do the pixel stuff, but I've seen how other implementations do it, which is just look for the specific pixel in the the image that you're editing, and then just call like set pixel, get pixel, and then just kind of hope it works. Hope for the best. Controllable indices. De has something. Adores. What? Adores. What? Iris? It's easy but slow if you do iterate them. I don't think it's based off of iteration. I think what you're supposed to do is that you draw like a tile map over the image, and then you just have to like scale it somehow so it's pixel perfect. And so you just kind of pretend to do it, because you can say I think image set pixel works by doing let me see, where is it? Set pixel, yeah. So based off of the image size, you create a tile map on top of that. So you're just clicking on the tile map. But then based off of which thing you click on the tile map, you fill in the X and Y thing with the appropriate color. Right? But then how you display it, I think how you display it should also be fine, I think. I think just the hardest part is getting the tile map to match with the each and every pixel on your thing, right? Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard, probably. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, let's continue to read this stuff. Anyways. How goes... I know Needle Mouse is working on a game jam thing, I think. Right? I'm doing something in Haxel Flixel with Passengers, the theme. I'm assuming this is also on, like, Newgrounds. What a... I don't know. Just a very old thing to... very old site to be supporting, but, you know. Do what you want. English. Is this not in English, by the way? Ooh. I'm downloading a raw PDF. Hopefully they don't try to hack me. Revision 8. Okay. Oh, okay. Ah, neat. So here they've translated it actually. Address. Oh, address. Address. Amazing. I don't think I need that. How to load a Mach 3. I don't need to do that. Loading and placement of drawable. Don't really need to do that. Operating parts. Applying the operation to the model. Yes. Useless. CSM reset drawable. Dynamic flags. Oh. I need to call this? Why? No, they call this. Ooh. No. Yeah, so this implementation is already calling it for me. Is this order correct? This is what the PDF says, but the framework implementation has it reversed. I'm unsure. Okay. What is, okay, drawing order. That's also something I need to figure out. Is like, what the heck is drawing order? Because there's a draw order and a render order. Or is the drawing order just something on the Rust side that they just came up with? How do you get the draw order? Yeah, no, there's a draw order and a render order. What's the difference between draw and render order? Specification of rendering. Yeah. Have some bit flags. That's fine. Coaling direction and drawable indices. Counterclockwise rotation. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. That's not right. Isn't... Hold on. I think Godot doesn't... I think Godot is clockwise. Is it not? One is tree position, one other is Z index. Huh? But the values are... They're giving me absolute values though, right? I'm not sure. Are they giving me absolute values? I've always assumed that they were giving me absolute values, but I should probably check. You might be right. You might be right. Yeah. The more I think about it, you know, I probably should have checked this, yeah. So, var draw order. So we can just check the draw order and the render orders, just in case. Draw order, render orders. So here, slap it with a little bit of debug. So draw orders. Hold on. If d dot draw order in draw orders, then we'll just print d draw order. Something like that. What am I doing? Draw order already exists. Else. Draw orders. Surely 3D doesn't have a Z index. Well, it does. It's just like a Z position, right? So I know in Godot, what I'm doing is I'm doing a render priority. Yeah, so yeah, I mean that's how I'm doing it, right? So everything is actually, I don't mess with their Z index at all. I just mess with their render priority, and it seems to work. I don't know. I don't worry about it too much. Alright, so D, render order. Render order already exists, else render order is append D render order. Yeah, let's see. Probably did this a bit too quickly, huh? I should probably stop printing out as much garbage as I'm printing. Oh. Wait, no. So the render order looks like it's distinct. Yeah, the render order looks distinct. The draw order looks like they... Yeah, you might be right, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Draw order is probably like a tree hierarchy. Render order seems to be like an absolute, or not an absolute, yeah. Yeah, an absolute Z value, basically, yeah. No, it's not a relative Z index, it's an absolute Z index. It's interesting. I don't really know how to interpret this though. So like, what does this mean? Clubbing needs to be done by multiplying alpha value after all masks were combined for the rendering source. And synthesis of ooh, hold on. This is all doing, I think that this is implemented in C, so this is a bit tough for me. Do you tree order plus local order? What's a local order? Like I don't think the render order is local. I think the render order is an absolute Z value, because you see I've printed out everything and I only am getting duplicates for draw order. Yeah, so as long as I'm doing it like I'm doing it, like it shouldn't matter. I think draw order really only matters for like their editor then. Yeah. But yeah, I've already verified that all the render order values are distinct. If someone has +1 as tree is +1, yeah, I guess. Well, I don't know. Like, is 1000 like the most root value, or is 1000 the most deep value in the tree? That's what I'm a little confused about. I don't know. I could probably like look for this. I'm trying to do like a text level in Haxel Flixel. What do you mean text level? You know that did you know that rendering text is one of the hardest things to do in graphics? Learned that a while ago, thought it was silly. Tried doing it myself and it turns out, yeah, text is very difficult to do. Test, I meant test. That makes more sense. Normal synthesis always needs to be applied regardless of method of synthesis. I feel like this probably makes more sense in Japanese. Synthesis. Opacity of textures needs to be applied. Culling is applied the same way as ordinary rendering method when the inverted mask of was enabled, inverts the synthesized alpha. Just use a bitmap font. Yeah, you could just use like a pre-rendered bitmap font. So you could bake your text. I guess that's how it would work. Also, I'm gonna be right back. My laundry's done. I was lazy and I didn't do my laundry. I thought I could get it done before the stream, but I didn't. So I'll be right back. BRB. Hello, I'm back. I apologize. Usually I get that done before the stream, but stuff came up, etc. And then I also do like the kind of the lazy, well, I don't know if it's the lazy person thing, but I fold my laundry right after I finish drawing it. Just so I don't need to, you know, you don't need to press your clothes afterwards. Ogmo editor. Looks confusing. What happening? What do you mean, what happening? Ogmo. What's Ogmo editor? Eh? What is this? I still don't really know what this is. Ooh, what is this? Ogmo. Still don't really know. I still don't really know. Still don't really know. Oh, it's a hacks thing. Okay. Level editor. Okay. Seems neat, I guess. Doesn't that, it's just written in hacks, but like you'll still need to have like some way to load in the level files, right? Use for that stuff, like how Celeste used it. Eh. Didn't the creators of Celeste, one of them created their own level? No, that was it was one of the big indie developers. Was it Dead Cells? Wasn't it that person who created their own level editor as well? I don't know. Even if you have a level editor, right, an external level editor, you'll still need some way to read in the level data. So, like at that point in time, why wouldn't you just use whatchamacallit? What's the standard? Tiled? Why wouldn't you just use tiled editor? Because at least this one is pretty pretty widely used. Everyone uses it. Lots of integrations everywhere. Yeah. Whereas, I don't know, does Ogmo have just a built-in level loader? Use Ogmo for their levels, I think they import it to their own editor. Sounds like a pain. Sounds like a pain. Yeah, I mean, if there are libraries for importing the Ogmo stuff, right? Like Ogmo editor import Haxel Flixel. Yeah, I guess Haxel Flixel has a Ogmo 3 loader. Yeah, guess it'll be fine. Haxel Flixel is most of the default for well, yeah, Haxel Flixel is the default for Haxel Flixel users. It would be weird to call yourself a Haxel user, but then use another framework entirely, wouldn't it? Aug mode is a default for Haxel. I don't know. I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's all just level data, right? So I know that's like I think that's like the same reason why you can use you can import in like ASE sprite files to like just other things, right? Because ASE sprite files are just JSON, I think, right? Or are they actually? Well, I've actually never looked, but I do know that there's other programs that can just read in ASE sprite files. Whereas I don't think I've seen anything that can import, you know, pixel edit files. All right. Use tiled too. Yeah. I think, in my experience, tiled is the kind of the game dev standard. Anything else is just kind of basically copying, really. Hot chocolate melted. It's sticky now. Talking about your sticky hot chocolate in my chat. That's a bonk. If sort. Render order did change. Vertex positions, and then there's render order. Sure. Draw order. A bit is raised when the draw order drawable change. Please note it doesn't happen when render order. What? Ooh? What? Visibility did change. Is visible. Yeah. Visibility did not change in this case. Hold on. We can find it. I've seen it before. I'm pretty sure that this is when it blinks. And so the vertex position changes, the opacity changes, but only once? I don't know how that works. Vertex position changes. Bit is raised when the vertex position changes. I don't know when it does not. Obtaining the updated vertex information. Okay. Update inexpensive data without checking the flags. Okay. So opacity, yeah, that makes sense. Opacity is usually pretty easy. Oh, you know what? And that makes sense because that's also, this is actually, the Rust examples are just a straight port of this documentation. Oh, okay. Okay. I was wondering why the Rust stuff was just doing like for loops. That makes sense. Because this is just, or not just using for loops, but not using a for each loop. They're just doing like a array access, which is kind of bizarre. That makes sense. Do you have any other playlists? I don't. I can add more songs. I need to write more, but I don't have any royalty-free music, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Unless I write it myself. I can always like record a few cover songs, you know? If you want to have more variety. I can turn off the music, I guess. I mean, I can just regale you with the dulcet tones in my voice. And I can get really close to the mic and we can turn it into an ASMR stream. Something like that. Isn't SoundCloud free to stream? No. So SoundCloud is even worse because I think those are just like community-made playlists. So if you can find, if there is like a free playlist, so like a CC4 playlist, I guess I can play that, but it's always hard to say because it goes in with the licensing. Because I have been, it's not copyright strikes, but I've had some VODs muted before, and copyright claimed on YouTube as well. So it's kind of annoying. That's why I kind of just stick to my own garbage. All right, so I don't need draw order. Yeah, I can just ignore draw order for sure. Apply mask on rendering. I think that this is what I want, probably. Reset mask buffer. Something like this. Royalty-free music, no copyright music. Isn't that like a user or no? Or is this like a category? Yeah, this is a user. Okay. Is this actually? All no copyright music in one place. Please see the description of each track for compliance with terms of use. Absolutely not. I could do that, but I know that for anything that I write, I have full rights to it. Toho covers, song covers. Did you know that like a song cover is actually technically still owned by the original copyright holder? Because it's like you don't own the copyright on the performance on the song, or the original writer doesn't own the copyright on the performance on the song. Well, they do, but they also own the copyright on like just the song in general. Yeah. So like, if someone wanted to, they could like copyright claim, like, you know, like I guess like, who's famous? I don't know. Like Taylor Swift. Does Taylor Swift still make music? If anyone made like a cover of any like Taylor Swift song, she could just copyright claim them, and she would technically be legally in the right to do that. It would be her legal right to do that. Of course, most people don't, and most companies don't, because that's just like, you know, hearing a song cover is just free promotion. But they could. First they have to get permission to cover, yeah. But most people don't. Yeah, that's something I learned like, I think it was like only somewhat recent, like 2 years ago. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So that's how copyright works for music, is that you actually, like, cover songs are technically like infringing already. Who knew? Yeah, so I remember I was looking it up because you know, was on Ultimate Guitar. I don't know what the next best tab site is. I've always just used Ultimate Guitar. I know they've gone downhill in recent years, but like I would notice that some of my tabs are missing. I was like, oh, where'd they go? I was like, oh, they just got copyright claimed. I didn't realize that you could copyright. You could even copyright claim a tab. It's not even like a performance of a song. It's just how to play a song. You publish your cover? Yeah, if you publish your cover like on YouTube. Or if I publish like a VOD that has a cover in it on YouTube, or even on Twitch, it could still be striked. So that's why I don't do that. Sorters. Rendering when a mask exists. What's a mask buffer? Is this just a different buffer? Change rendering target. Ignore this. Common settings. Fixed as normal. Okay, so these are for like the masks, I guess. If you play your cover in a bar or live performance, it doesn't. I think that matches up, yes. Yes, but you cannot record, if you cannot record that performance and then publish it later. That's the difference, yeah. For INS count. What the heck? Ooh. So, I also kind of dislike how this is just rendered in a PDF. So I don't have like... This is like how you would write code in like a really old like programming class exam. Well, just send it to me in like a Word document. We'll figure it out. Trash? Are we talking about food again? I like eating trash. Trashy food is probably my favorite. It's like PDF coding books. Oh yeah, I remember when I used to like actually buy books on like programming, and then I kind of realized like after a certain point, it's like I'm not really learning anything. I feel like I learned more from just like a simple Google search. All right, I think this is pretty good. I think I should actually be following this and then just trying to map it one to another. Oh, look at that. They actually use, this is actually, isn't structure of arrays? Yeah, like structure of arrays is actually an optimal, that's actually optimal for programming stuff. Because usually how most people, right, it's on most implementations, the most obvious way to store data is as an array of structures. So you have an array of like enemy objects, but what you actually want is a structure of arrays where you have basically just you allocate like a bunch of memory, and then you have like, you know, this is all the enemy textures are here, all of the enemy you know, physics colliders are in this array. So they're all packed together because you usually process those all together as well. Something like that. As opposed to structures or arrays of structures, you know, you need to jump. It's something about like CPU stuff. I don't really know. I read a write-up on structure of arrays versus array of structures before, and I was like, oh, neat. So Spotify, when I was on a Toho cover playlist, I just hear guitars come out loudly from my speaker. Is that me? Is that me? I apologize. All right, I think this is what I want, by the way. So I think I need to actually rewrite the entire rendering thing as well, which is scary. They don't appear to be using any masking things or any like fancy shader stuff. So I think this is probably what I want. Yeah. And I need to implement this part as well. So draw order, I don't care. Render order does matter. Huh. Can you do add-on jam with Rust code? Probably not, no. Like, I think it is possible, but then it goes back to the C# thing, right? So C# Godot plugin. So it's like C# basics, something here. I can find it. Current gotchas and known issues with C# and Godot is writing editor plugins is possible, but currently quite convoluted. And C# is a, you know, first party supported kind of thing. Like if you see here, you can create a new plugin and then you can make it in native script. But yeah, I like it. It should technically be possible, yeah. Performance heavy tasks only in Rust. Well, with how an editor plugin works, I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. It just seems like it'd be really painful to make work, but I guess it could. I suppose with something like, I think like the C# stuff gets auto-compiled, whereas Rust, you need to manually compile it, so I guess you run into less like issues syncing between the editor and your actual code. Maybe. Yeah, because if you want to load in a Rust library, I mean, this is all you need to do is just load in the the library after your plugin gets initialized. So it shouldn't be too bad, I guess. Yeah. Do using Pixel more and more. Use monogame again or use ArrayLib. Needle Mess, I feel like you don't actually want to make games. That might be a hot take. Like every library is gonna suck. Everything sucks. You just need to find the one that sucks the least. And so after, I believe you tried all of those before, right? So like at this point, you need to, you know, kind of realize, do you want to make games or do you just like trying libraries? Like that's why I do pretty much only Godot, right? It's the one that sucked the least. It had the most features that I wanted. And at the end of the day, I don't really care about, you know, low level stuff, but it, you know, Godot does make it easy to touch the low level stuff if you want. So I think that's a question that you need to ask yourself is like, well, one, do you actually want to make a game? And two, like, how much do you care about how your game works, right? Like, are you more of a designer, which is, I guess, closer to what I am. Like, I don't care, right, about how things work in the engine, as long as it works. And then I can make it work if I need to, but I would really rather not, right? Say you want to iterate over pixels, so you do one or two functions, that's also, it's possible. Yeah, it is possible, yeah. Go back to the Rust stuff, yes. It is possible to load in Rust stuff, but I don't think I need to iterate over pixels. I think, going back to that discussion, right? Like, I believe how most pixel art programs work is that they just render, like, the texture, the image that you are editing. They render it to the screen, and then they just kind of fit a grid to each pixel on screen. And so you're not actually like iterating through each pixel. Like there's an actual like direct image access thing that you can hit, right? So with set pixel, you can get. So if you're already given a grid, you can use Godot's built-in like tile map thing to just handle the clicks for you. The ways to handle pixel iteration also, well, this is an iteration, right? We're not iterating through pixels. This is like direct, you know, array access. we're not iterating at all. You just pass in an XY value, so that I think that's somewhat easier. Because either way, you would need to have the grid. you would need to have a grid if you wanted to, you know, do some pixel art editing. So I don't think there's any reason to use Rust, right? Because you know, Pixel-O-Rama is written in Godot. So you know, they're not doing anything fancy. This is like entirely GD scripts. So whatever, if they can make it work, I can make it work. Shouldn't be too bad. Splits boxes into smaller pieces so it can process faster. But like I don't need that, right? Like voxel games. Yeah, so you can chunk it for sure. I'm familiar with the idea of chunking some data, and then you can kind of just guess which chunk it's in. And so then you need to iterate a lot lower. So yeah, you can store, I guess, you can pre-chunk your data. So like if we were chunking like this main screen, I guess a very simple chunking algorithm would be to split the screen into 4 pieces. And then you would have to store like, you know, min and max values of each chunk externally. But then when you want to, you know, edit something, you would just check like which tile are we editing? You know, does it fit into the min max value of this chunk here in the top left, top right, you know? And then after that, then you can start iterating. And then that's how you would do, that's like a rough implementation of chunking, I think. I don't know, there's probably a more academic way of doing it, but I have no idea. Anyways, I think I'm going to, where is it? Godot cubism. I don't know. Like, do I just need to grab? You know what? I'm just gonna rewrite my entire algorithm. All right, prepare yourself. Live2D test project. Add ability to redraw mesh every frame. All right, so now that we've done that, I think I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna rewrite all of this. So test screen. Okay. I think if I'm just redrawing them every single frame, then I don't need to do any of this loading. I just need to create the mesh and then call it a day, I think. Yeah. Inkscape and Godot would be cool. I think someone's already kind of done that. So there's, or it's not like Inkscape, but it's like vector art. So they, you know, instead of like drawing pixel by pixel, they do, you know, vector art, right? So you draw points instead of pixels, and then Godot just handles the line drawing. Smart Shapes 2D. No, I have it saved somewhere. Hold on, I can find it. Let's see. I forked it somewhere. I forked it a little while ago. We can find it. We can find it. There's a lot of projects I've never shown before. First look into it. Let's see. It's not bitmap flow. Bitmap flow though, that's neat. Look at that. I mean, it also looks like really unnatural. Because it loses some of the charm of pixel art. Because it just fills in the in-betweens for you, which is weird. But that's written in Godot Rust. You might be interested in this, actually. I did not write this. I've forked it from someone else. It's also not open source. It's free, but it's not open source. Hold on, I can find it. I can find it. Where is it? It was like a drawing program. I forked it because I thought it was cool. We can find it. It's not Naft. Is it really this long ago? So Rust code, yeah, the Rust thing that I linked in chat is not open now. Huh. That is strange. I don't know where it is. I used to have it, but I just don't know where it is anymore. So it goes. Yeah. Search site. It's not called vector. It's called something weird. I don't know. Let's just Google it. Godot infinite whiteboard, something like that. Lorian. There we go. Did I not fork this? Do I not have a fork? Oh, I don't have a fork. I do have it starred though. You might be interested in this, which is it's a vector art thing, which is how they can do an infinite canvas. So that's written in GD script. It's pretty cool. And that one's free and open source. Oh, yes. Okay, well. Why didn't you say so? Alright, so I need to expose these to Godot. That's not hard to do. It's just annoying. So get drawable count. And these are all more or less like calling the raw C API. Alright. So where is it? Drawable render order. Do I need these? Okay. When sorting render order, stored by... When sorted rendering order has been stored by get drawable render order and... I guess I need this. I wonder if there's a way for me to pack these up as well. That might be nice. It just uses Live2D. I thought not like Bezier splines or SVG like workflow. Oh, okay, so you want something like that. I don't really know how you would do that. I don't really know how you would do that. Doesn't Lorian do something similar? Like you have the ability to add more points to it as well. And so it's close enough to Bezier style workflow, because that's kind of how Bezier curves work, right? Is that they just add more and more points. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know how this worked. That's how I thought they worked. Maybe not. So I draw full render orders. All right. So this is just more and more functions, but this is good intel. Good intel for sure. Use control points and weights. Well, I mean, yeah. Doesn't, actually, I have seen a few Godot things. Like, doesn't Dialogic, doesn't that one use, it's not really a Bezier curve, but it's like a, I don't know. Or doesn't, like, even like the built-in Godot graph nodes, right? Like, those wiggle based off of curves. Bezier curves, and then you should theoretically be able to modify the curve based off something. Smart Shapes 2D is the closest I saw it. What is Smart Shapes 2D? Smart Shapes 2D Godot. 2D terrain tool for Godot. Oh, that's cool. Oh, is this the person who was doing the chicken game? That's cool. And I don't actually remember how they were doing their chicken thing. I did see it on Reddit though. into shared. So this is VA. What is it called? Extend self model, model, drawable, render orders. Something like that. Alright, what's your problem? Cannot borrow, VA is mutable. Alright. Hard to use also? Yeah. I can understand that. Sounds like it's in need of a pull request from someone who finds it useful. Wink, wink. Drawable mask counts. Well, it's hard to use because it's probably like too direct, isn't it? Like it's not enough layers of abstractions for it to be like easy to use. Where do I get the mask count from? Ooh, mask. Yeah, no, those are just like them. Oh, each mask is just stored on the drawable, which I'm already returning, I think. Yeah, probably, right? Yeah, I'm already doing that. And so if we go to dictionary helper, like I don't need any more expression stuff, but dictionary helper, where is it? Some drawable, yeah. Vertex positions, draw order, texture index. Oh no, I'm not actually. What kind of drawable is this then? Vertex positions, oh no, yeah. I am passing the masks properly, and then those are, I don't know. It's probably correct. Oh, but these aren't just in index order. These have already been pre-organized. That's kind of tough. Yeah, they create and handle like 3 to 4 custom data types. It's messy nested data. Yeah, well, such is life. I have no interest in doing that kind of stuff. Although, I don't know. Like, how would you do, like, because it sounds like that there's math involved. And so whenever there's math involved, I am totally out. Not into it, unfortunately. Drawable masks. I have a controller. Okay. So I don't know what reset mask buffer does. That's all right. Rendering mask. Masks target index. So where does target? That's just the render order. Render order. Oh, okay, so the target is just the render order thingy. That's... Wait. So I'm handling this on the Godot side by messing with the render priority. But then when rendering when a mask exists, I rendered to the same render order, the render priority. Or no, wait, masks? What? Oh yeah, I have the drawable masks here, stored in drawable, which I am getting back, as you can see from Cubism Factory. Yeah. For I equals 0, I is less than mask count for target. What? What? This API is a little confusing, and I don't think this is exposed. Where do I get mask stuff from? I would like to just have a one-to-one mapping, if possible, please. But I don't think that there's a easy one-to-one. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else in Cubism Core? This might not even be in Cubism Core. This might just be in like model. And then these just give you like pointers. Ugh. These just all give you pointers. Where is this used? Find all references. Yeah. Oh, this isn't even MOCRS. Oh, this is this is implemented by MOC. So I don't even need to do this on the Rust side, maybe? Is that correct? Have I been wasting my time? If this is already implemented on the MOC, then that's fantastic. It is totally already implemented on the MOC. All right, nice. All right, well, good use of time, me. Good job, good job. Do I have a factory for the MOC? Because I think the okay, so I don't have a factory for the MOC just yet. All right, that's fine, that's fine. Well, it's less than fine because it's kind of a huge pain, but we'll make it work. Let's see, this is Cubism RS. And I believe that was in just Cubism Core. You can look at MOC. All right. There we go. And then do I... Did I? Yeah. I did just make it, I think this is one of my changes as I made these like accessible outside of the crate that it's in. Maybe. Pub in crate. Or I got some sort of reference to it at the very least. How did I do this? So model MOC gives you the MOC. Returns a reference to the underlying MOC. Yeah. Which is, yeah. How am I able to access these? That should not, technically that should not be valid, but I'll let you do it. Yeah, it looks like everything's here. I don't know why I also like did it like super out of order as well. Let's just do this. var. I don't think I need aligned memory. Seems a bit extraneous, and I also don't know what I would even do with that. Actually, hold on. Part IDs. This doesn't seem right. Have I ever tested this? Because this is saying that it's a smart pointer to just a nested string. But no, it's a smart pointer to a string? Question mark? That doesn't make any sense at all. I guess we'll figure it out. Print. JSON, print, model, mock. Get ready. Ooh, totally works. Okay. a lot of data. Parameter. Oh, it's a. Sorry, it's a smart pointer to a slice of strings. Gotcha. A slice of pre-compiled strings, no less. But I'm not sure how they're pre-compiling that, since they're linking in with something else. Yet another thing to wonder about in the Rust world. So that's an array. Var parameter IDs. Also, this is, yeah, these are all just basically pool string arrays, right? So I can actually do this just for my own benefit. Var drawable IDs. Pool string array. Actually, hold on. Drawable IDs are a pool string array? Why? Hold on. Parameter IDs. Parameter max. Parameter default. Part IDs. Parameter count. Part IDs. There's a lot of parts. Drawable indices. That's a lot of numbers. Feel like it didn't give me everything, but maybe I'm missing something. Also didn't format it like I thought it would. Is it not giving me back drawable IDs? So, let's see. Let's just copy and paste this into a... Oh, it ran out of space. That's why. It wasn't able to print out the entire thing. That's why I wasn't able to. Okay, so they're probably there. Let's just assume that they're there. Var param default value, which is some sort of pool real array. Param max value, pool real array. Var param min value, pool real array. Oh, hello. What's up? The ceiling, but what else is new? No, what I'm working on right now is, hold on. I've changed a few things. Just undo. This is what I'm working on. Huzzah. We're loading in Live2D stuff into Godot. You can see here that every about 5 seconds the model blinks, but it's blinking improperly. So the hard part about Live2D, which is I think it's one of the most popular formats for like VTubers, right? This is a VTuber, but this is actually a VRM model. I wrote the render and all that, by the way. The hard part about Live2D is it's not just a picture. It's actually a sprite sheet with all the textures all cut up and stuff, and then they're reassembled according to their file format. So they have a Unity plugin, but of course I'm not using Unity. And so the second best thing that they have is a C++ plugin. So what I'm doing is I'm going through a Rust binding to that C++ file, and then I'm binding that Rust plugin to Godot. And so what I'm trying to do right now is figure out how to do like mesh masking, because there are 83 meshes on that model that I was just showing. So that's tough, right? That's tough. I need to figure out how do I mask, yeah, one set of arms. But you know, if you're interested, you could always check out the rest of the things that I usually work on GitHub. So like this thing, I wrote that in Godot. How nice. Wee. The current VTuber thing, I also wrote that in Godot. I wrote some games. You can always check out my itch.io. There's a command for that. But recently haven't really been working on too many games. I do have something in progress, but that's gonna wait a little bit more until I start working on that on stream. Because I feel like, you know, I sympathize with viewers and all that. It is not very fun to watch someone work on something when it's like really early on. But I have made a few games. Not commercial, but they're, you know, game jam stuff. Parameter IDs, part IDs. Constant flags. I don't think I need constant flags. I just came to this category to be amazed. So you made your own VTuber thing? I did. Or you are reworking on a side thing? I am kind of... I have a lot of side things, right? But I think the first game I ever streamed game development on, I want to go back to that eventually. But yeah, I did make my own VTuber thing, along with its own kind of custom UI layout thingy. Because usually in a game engine, you would kind of manually place every single UI element. Because as it turns out, trying to format things like a web page is very difficult. But that's kind of what I did. Implemented my own thing for that. Bar parameter count. Follows all your motions. So if you shake your head, the avatar does it. You mean like this? Wah. Or like, I've just made myself dizzy. Like that. Can I? Does it bother you if I do? Hold on, we can make this better. I'm working on a feature so I can change values without you ever seeing the UI. Does this bother you if I do this? Do something like that? Is this weird? Whoa. Hello. This is totally normal. Do you think I should just stream like this to attract more viewers? It's like, oh, your rotation is all kinds of messed up. Yeah, I think a lot of programs try to take that ability away from you so you aren't able to, you know, shoot yourself in the foot, as they say. I don't know. I think the ability to just do this is pretty neat. Nice, let's undo that. Yeah, free and open source, MIT license, etc., etc. Alright, let's bring up my own thing, by the way. I need to look at how did I implement this? Or at least bring this up on the second monitor. So that is under loader RS. Let's see, it's mock 3. It's a very long file. Alright. Almost there. There we go. Yeah, no, this stream is not going to be very interesting, unfortunately. Unless, you know, you're just here for the conversation. In which case, yeah, I'm here. Dying on the inside. But streaming is just kind of a way to keep myself motivated and or just on track. You know. Otherwise, I know myself. I would just get super discouraged and or just off task. It's, oh, I wonder what's like the newest post on Reddit. Oh, look at this. Look at that. When you're streaming, it's like, oh, I don't know. I don't really want to show my own personal browsing habits. I guess we'll just keep working. And I already kind of naturally, kind of, you know, as they say in the biz, rubber duck to myself. So rubber duck problems out. Like, you know, when you say something, you know, you explain a problem, you can usually, well, it's not you can usually, but usually put more structure around the idea, which in turn, you know, helps you find flaws in your reasoning that you may have missed before. You watch sports or any esports? Follow Georgia Bulldogs, mostly because you know, that's where I graduated from. Spoilers. Oh no, don't dox me, even though I have my real name attached to my profile. Used to watch a lot of League of Legends, like way back in the day. Way, like 2004. No, not 2004, 2014, 2015. Back when I had like a lot more time. But not anymore. You know, I realized I have enough things to be mad about. Don't really need to be any madder than I already am. Not to say that I'm a very mad person, but you know, work is kind of a drag. Drawable texture indices, drawable masks. But yeah, you know, UGA finally won National Football Championship. It's a shame that they totally sucked when I was there. I saw most of their games under the previous coach. It's a very sad state of affairs, to be sure. Yeah, and I saw most games for free as well, since I was usually having to work concessions. I was a very poor lad. Software consultant, do you just sit at home waiting for phone calls? How does it work? So I work in professional services. So I won't tell you like specifically the company, but it's, you know, easy enough to put two and two together. So mostly, you know, the company handles all the contracts. We are given work, we do work. Usually I just mostly spend most of my time like pushing work off onto the other consultants, or the consultants from other companies, I should say. Because as it turns out, did you know that most like non-software companies, they'll hire the expert consultants, which is supposed to be us, and then they'll hire like the dumb labor consultants, but they're still technically like software consultants. So, you know, for every one of us, they'll hire 10 of them. And so that's usually what my job is just, you know, idiot wrangling. Like a lawyer, Devin Nash. I don't do like, it's mostly software development, or like I specialize in like, if you do any software stuff, you know, Ansible, OpenShift, Kubernetes, that kind of stuff. And so a lot of automation and containerization and infrastructure automation. It's very strange. So there's lots of types of consultants, right? So usually what the kind of stuff that I do is, you know, there's a very specialized piece of software that, you know, the client's own people don't want to work with. And so that's when they bring in people like me who know how it works, but then I'll just tell their cheaper consultants how to do it. They'll inevitably not listen to me and mess it up, and then my contract gets extended. Hooray. Well, I say my contract, but like I don't handle the contracts. For a company? Oh yeah. I mean, it is definitely more profitable to go solo, but then you need to have, you know, you need to be able to find your own contracts. Right? For me, you know, I think in the past, like over the past year, most months I only worked like 15 hours. 15 hours a week. You know, sometimes, you know, you run into those like, oh, buckle up, it's 80 hours a week, but most weeks I pretty much just like jump on phone calls, give a status update, and it's like, yeah, I'm blocked. I'm waiting for someone else to like, been waiting a week for someone to create like a production token for me, but it's still waiting. Not my problem. you know? And it honestly is not my problem, right? Like, if they gave me everything when I asked for it, we'd be done in like a week. But instead, I've been on this project for like 2 years, so. Yeah, it's good money, you know? I get paid, like I live in, like you probably could have gathered, right? Is that root for Georgia Bulldogs, probably live in Georgia, but I get paid a Boston salary. So you supervise the whole thing and give orders. It's not really giving orders. It's more like I do the important stuff and then I tell other people to do less important stuff. But then, you know, that's just how consulting works, is that you try to push work onto the other company, try to get them to agree to more work, which is why I'm really good at it, is because, you know, programming is not about being good at math. Programming is being good at English, right? I think that's something that a lot of people don't really realize. So you get a lot of mathy people who go into programming thinking that they'll be working with numbers, but it's actually not. Most programming, as long as you're not doing like graphics or like research programming, you know, we're talking about like infrastructure automation, you know, write some code to like create a new computer, or yeah, basically create a new computer, create a new server. That's easy. You let the nerds write the scripts, then I just use their scripts, whatever. But then also in addition to that, well, and then because of that, right, I'm interacting with a lot of like mathy people who are consultants for whatever reason, and then you just gotta out English them, easy. Selling as knowledge and practice of getting done experience, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the official stance. Did you start writing scripts at first and work your way up after? Not really, no. I mean, I don't know, like I know how to program, right? Like you're watching me program right now, right? But programming is easy, right? If you want to learn how to program, I'm not a shill, or I'm not getting paid to say this at the very least. Ignore that Coinbase thing. I would highly recommend going to Code Academy and going through their Python course. That's what I learned with. Then I went to school for like, I went to school for business. So it's like for IT management, which was like 3 programming classes, and then the rest was just like learning how to write emails and stuff. And then also for risk management, which is just corporate speak for corporate insurance, right? So for my current job, I did have to take a programming test, but that was really easy. You know, I also learned afterwards, I got like a 50 on it. So as long as you're almost competent, you'll probably do all right. You know. And of course, you know, killed it on the interview, right? Because you know, here's a classic programming question. Or I guess a classic technology related question is like, how does Google work? How does a search engine work, right? And of course, you don't work at Google, you don't work at Bing. Like, how do you know if you didn't read up an article on how to do it? Yeah, but like, what I want you to do is explain to me right now, how does a search engine work? What would you say? Well, of course, you would just say, I would Google it. I would Google it. But if you want me to answer it right now, you would say that, you know, we're talking about a search engine, right? You go to google.com. Don't go to my Gmail. You go to google.com, right? Search engine, you type in your query, and when you hit enter, your query must be going somewhere, right? And so probably going to the nearest Google server. That Google server searches, you know, its indices for like the, you know, has someone searched for this before? If so, we'll just give you back those results and maybe a little bit of personalization. Otherwise, we'll forward it on to the other servers, see if anyone's gotten searched for that query before. If so, we'll show you that query. Otherwise, you know, we'll have to run it through the algorithm, our own like big database of search results that we've cached from our you know. And how do they get the search results? They probably like just crawl a bunch of websites using a bot, right? Something like that. That's pretty close to how I think it actually works, as well as that they have a cache. It's cached like per server. Like I know that's how YouTube works, right? Like so the cache like the video per region. So if a video is more popular in say like China or something, I actually there's no Google in China, but you know what I'm talking about. If it's more popular in like the UK, they'll store the video closer to the UK, or they'll keep it in their cache for longer, so that you'll get the video faster. What's the most important popular languages? Python. Python's the biggest one. Well, Python is the biggest and easiest one. That's also the first one I learned. Python, if you want to do pretty much anything. JavaScript, if you just want to get a job. JavaScript's pretty easy. If you want to be really fancy, you can learn TypeScript, which is just JavaScript with more stuff over it, I suppose. All right, fantastic. Oh, good. Wait, these don't exist though. Yeah, if you want to get like a job like I do, I suppose, you'll need to do Java, Golang, sometimes just referred to as Go. Also need to look into Python. Well, I already said Python. You'll need to learn how to use Linux pretty well. What else? I don't know. Pretty much anything, right? Like once you learn one programming language, they're all kind of the same, really. Of course, if you go any lower than Java, right, then you start hitting like C and C++ areas. This is Rust, which is almost on the same level as C and C++. Those are harder because they are manually memory managed. So it's just harder to do stuff, right? All right, I don't need any of these. So what I'm doing, by the way, is I'm trying to rewrite the entire rendering process for the models. Yeah, so given one of these, where is it? I've lost it, but we're going to store it. var moc, which is a cubism factory dot moc. This will create that eventually somewhere. Yeah, once you know Java, you can learn Python, you can learn JavaScript, you can learn anything really. Golang is pretty much like more complicated Python. Of course, depending on who you ask, some people say that it's more important to learn C as your first language, but if you don't have someone to teach you like how to write C or C++, you're going to have a very bad time. Yeah, they was teaching C#. Yeah, C# is basically the same as Java. Some people call it C#, it's just Microsoft Java or just better Java, right? So the variables declared, you can use multiple times. Yeah, well, it depends on the scope. So like, I think that's something I had a lot of trouble visualizing, but you can just think of scope. So variables only exist inside their given scope. So you'll have, say, like an application scope. So this is like the app as a whole, right? Those would be your global variables. And then say that you have like some class. So this is my renderer, right? So once the renderer gets destroyed, all variables inside of that would be destroyed. And then inside of your renderer, you might have like a setup function. So any variables declared inside setup, once setup is done, those variables would be destroyed. So you no longer have access to those. I mean, that's not, like the terminology I'm using is incorrect, but it's close enough, right? Because also remember that I'm not classically trained. I'm not formally trained as a programmer. but I'm close enough. But I would not do YouTube. YouTube, I don't know. Like, if you find videos easier to follow, then sure. Yeah, I'm for the most part, yeah, I'm self-taught. Like, I'm completely self-taught in Rust, completely self-taught in C++, completely self-taught in Python, completely self-taught in JavaScript, you know, and GD script as well, right? I would go to Code Academy, right? Code Academy, right? And just do their Python course, right? Their Python course is pretty easy. And then I believe the last part of their Python course, at least when I was doing it, well, when I was doing it, they were still on Python 2. And Python 2 is dead. It's free. It's free. So you can do the intro courses for free, and that's all you really need. And then after that, you just you just do your own stuff, right? So like the last Python exercise was to make like single player battleship, right? And then after that, I was like, all right, well, what if I just make it 2-player? And then, oh, okay, starting to get a hang of it. And then what if I make like a menu for battleship? And of course, like when I say that, like you're making battleship, it's like it's drawing directly to the console, so it's like all text graphics, right? But it's good enough. Now, if you actually want to do something with graphics, that's when it starts getting kind of tough, because then you need to understand a few more concepts. But you know, just drawing text to the screen is pretty easy. Pretty easy. So what else did I need to do here? I think this is it, and then we'll just do everything else in the render function here. This is just for creating every single mesh that we need. Yeah. So we'll have our MOC. MOC has our drawable IDs. I don't know if I need my drawable indices. What did they use? They just use just drawable counts in general. Do I have that? I do have drawable count. Oh, nice. All right, so let's use this instead of drawables. So for I guess we'll just comment this out, I suppose. For I in MOC drawable count. That's actually a bit tough, because I don't want to recreate the mesh every single time, but it'll be kind of tough to tag them to each mesh instance. Because I don't know which drawable it is. That's probably okay. We'll just load the textures. We'll just remake the mesh every single time, and then we'll see if it's feasible to do it separately. All right, so say goodbye to some of this. We'll keep it for now. We'll keep it for now. For I in MOC drawable count, and then the code I'm looking at on the right is C++, and I'm just trying to map it back to GD script, which is hard. I'm gonna look into Code Academy. Thanks for the info, and no problem, no problem. You know. Thanks for the follow. Sports better. Much appreciated. So I need to sort. Sorters render order. Oh, wait. Hold on. So I need to pre-sort every single drawable. That sounds like a pain. Hold on. Nope. Hey, if you have any questions about programming, I guess I'm around. I will not do the problem for you, but I can definitely talk you through it. That's probably my best quality. regards to program. Well, one of my best qualities in regards to programming is one, being able to talk through a problem, and two, being willing to just, you know, do something very inefficiently in order to get something done. Whereas I think a lot of programmers tend to tunnel on, like, you know, like, oh, this is inefficient. You know, the results. It's really the result that matters. It's not the journey, unfortunately. I think if we're talking something more philosophical, I fall more on like the ends justify the means, unfortunately. But you know, it's worked so far. You know, the YouTube channel Code Beauty. I do not. I don't usually watch too many programming things on YouTube. I don't really get anything out of like watching tutorials, I guess. Like I'll watch like an explanation of like something like really complicated. Interesting. I'll never use this, but you know, I've watched a few explanations of like global illumination or like yeah, it's mostly just global illumination. I was like, oh, that's neat. Glad I don't have to do this. You should? Nah. It's alright. I'd rather read a write-up. I've read a few write-ups, like how... I think I've talked about this one before, but I read how Discord did their... they rewrote their LFU cache from Golang to Rust. I was like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. Is this gonna like benefit me in any way? No, not really, but sorted render order has been stored. Wish that was what she was teaching. Is this something I want to like search on my other monitor? I'm gonna go on my other computer here and because now that you mentioned that it's a she. A little nervous. Is it a titty streamer? Not really, no. Doesn't look like it. You might have heard that. No! Shut up. Lambda expressions in modern C++. I already know how... Yeah, I don't need to learn how modern C++ like that. Why should I be intending to learn C++, that kind of stuff? Well, I won't judge you for, you know, why you may or may not be watching a YouTube channel, but please do not. I intend for this to be a safe space, but I'm not interested in your kinks. Bumsy. If, you know, whatever gets you off, but like... Not exactly, you know, am I into humans of the female gender? Yes. Do humans of a female persuasion talking about programming, does that get me hot and bothered? No, it does not. It just kind of puts me to sleep. It's really surprising. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, tell me more. This is what I have to say about that. Bumd. Sus. So what are they doing here? Target is the sorters D render order. So is each drawable automatically sorted? Is that what it's telling me? I think that's what it's telling me. That might, yeah. Okay, sorted drawables. Okay, so let's, I guess we'll do that. I guess. So sorted drawables will need to be resized. I guess we'll just do it like this. So we'll instantiate it and then resize it at the same time. where most elite coders can't teach properly. I watched like 20 tutorials, all of them problematic. So can't talk, can't write. Yeah, it's probably somehow. Someone sounds like they may or may not be in love. I think part of it is just understanding that if you want to make a good tutorial, you can't just, you know, fly off the cuff, you know, just make something up. It's probably not gonna work, right? Like it's going back to the, you know, my earlier point, like a lot of programming isn't about math. A lot of programming is more about like English. Unfortunately, and like specifically like English skills, like grammar skills, but more specifically English skills as well. So like as long as you're like good at that, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? But a lot of programmers, unfortunately, tend to come from a more of a mathy background, but then they don't end up going into like computer science-y stuff. They usually just, oh, like I'm a front-end web developer. Yeah, good thing you took linear algebra in order to figure out how to censor a div on a web page. Am I right? Actually, do arrays have a sort function in Godot? Okay. Actually, no, never mind. There's no way for me to sort this. I need to write my own sorting function if I want to sort it. Yeah, so there is a sort function, right? No, sorted drawbles, right? Sort custom. That's probably what I want. Yeah, I think a good tutorial is one that, one, you have already planned everything out. Like, you know what you're going to say. You know which order you're going to do things in. Two is, like, if it's not live streamed, then you better hope that you know, have practiced this. Or no, if it is live stream, you better hope that you practiced it pretty extensively. If it's not live streamed, then better hope that you're pretty good at editing. Oh, wait, no. When do they access the drawable? Var mesh instance new root add child. I feel like I don't need to do that. Yeah, actually I don't need to do that because I only need to change the no, because I'm remaking the mesh every single time. Yeah, so I don't even need to do this. All Godot tutorials can't talk English. Because they have all... Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of Godot tutorial people are either like European or they're from like Argentina or something. Which makes sense. From Argentina, you know, they have that national pride because Godot is the original developers of Godot are Argentinian. That's pretty neat. I guess he now lives in Spain. But yeah. Or like even like some other ones I've seen, they have like a really strong southern accent. And I was like, oh man, like, like I live in the American South, but like I said, most people don't talk with a really strong accent here. Maybe if I go out into the country, yeah, but like, that's not me. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling at this point. I'm like trying to read, but then also maintain like a separate line of thought at the same time. Yeah. This part's the thing that's kind of sending me. This part's what's sending me. So how do you... What is sorters? What is... Sorters? Is these are just the drawables, right? I think these are just drawables. Yeah, I think that these are just drawables. Yeah, drawables. And then they figure out the render order later. Yeah. So this is still correct. Drawables, resize it, and then we just do index access. I can't even understand Japanese accent, but can't listen to Godot tutorial makers, even Hindu accent. Oh man, very good at listening to. I'm not even sure where they're. This might be a bit insensitive, but I cannot tell the difference between a Punjabi accents and all the other ones. A Hindi accents. What's the other one? Man something. I don't know. Like I'm usually pretty good at understanding them when they're talking on calls, because usually a lot of the other consultants are from like you know, they're like TCS, Tata Consulting Services. I'm not with Tata, but they're unfortunately those kind of companies are usually considered bottom of the barrel, which is why they have like a 1-to-10 ratio to us. Oh, thank you for redeeming a hydrate, Bumdy. Thank you very much. Drink some water. Some water. Oh, man. Maybe I should make tutorials. Maybe I should make tutorials. I don't really find making tutorials very fun though. But man, I was looking at something on the Godot Discord. Check this out. Getting distracted again. Like it was like a finite state machine tutorial. I was looking at it, it's like this stuff is like ultra complicated. Like why is your state machine like handling like has like a bunch of transitions, and then like everything is defined at the state machine level, which means that you need to create like a custom state machine like per entity in your project. That's crazy. And that tutorial had like 10,000 views. I was like, oh man. No wonder everyone's super confused about Godot, is that everyone's making it super tough. You know, like here's my updated state machine. I had to kind of rewrite it since I lost the original code, but like this is all you need, right? Is like you slap some states into it. This is your run function, some convenience functions for switching states. Like what else do you need? And then your states are just this, which is just like on enter, there's your run state and there's your exit state. Well, everything else is irrelevant, right? Like your state machine should never change. Your state machine just runs through states, and then your actual, you know, finite state machine states contain all the logic. So it can be very complicated, very simple. Yeah, well, there's no reason to make it like ultra complicated, in my opinion, right? I mean, it's very simple, right? You go from state to state, and there's only so many states. If you want more logic, then you just add it to the state. You know, you saw mine was only like, what was it, like maybe 100 lines at max. I didn't have like a block specifically for like handling transitions. Didn't have a block specifically for like running well, I did have a block for specifically for running logic, but it was literally just like a run statement that takes a delta. Anyways. Actually, you know what? I'm looking at this more. We just do this, right? I think this is it. Yeah. And then as long as I redraw every single frame. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, and these are all your drawables. Then here, you go for do. I think Godot official docs give some examples for FSM. That's very confusing. Does it? I know that Godot technically has a built-in state machine, but that's for like 3D animation. And that's actually pretty powerful, but it's also not something that you can set up via code, so I'm less interested in. Yeah, does Godot have like a state machine? State design pattern? I know there's a GD Quest one, but I don't actually follow the GD Quest state machine pattern. State class? Eh. Eh. I do almost none of these. What the heck? How to code it? Handle input, don't need it. Update, don't need it. Well, you either need to call your function in either process or physics update. Enter and exit? Yeah, I mean, actually, that's pretty much what mine is. Yeah, this is pretty much what mine is, except mine doesn't use nodes. Mine is actually lighter than that. And I also don't use handle input. I don't know. I mean, you don't... I guess I could, but yeah. I make mine simple. I just run it in the physics update. Why make something complicated when you can make something simple, right? I think that's kind of my opinion about a lot of things, right? I in drawables. Well, no, I need the index as well. So this is index and drawables dot. What's the difference between size and count? Size, number of elements in the array. How about count? Oh, okay. It's how many things of that exist in the array. Does your snippets have some cool stuff in it? Could look at it. It doesn't really have any cool stuff in it. It's just, I don't know. I mean, that's it, right? There are some cooler snippets, I think. Like I pulled out the logger. I have a basic background loader implementation that works across HTML5 and not HTML5. Since in HTML5 you cannot use threads, but you know, very basic loader class. I don't know if that's probably not very useful for a lot of people, because usually you know what you want to load, but if you don't know what you want to load for a given level, should probably be pretty neat. So you load something in, and then you then need to implement begin load and is finished, etc. I don't know. There's my JSON util, which converts transforms and colors to JSON and then back to transform and then color. I don't know. Palette swapper, that's pretty good as well. Logger. Logger's pretty good. I actually didn't write most of this. Well, I didn't write the basic implementation. I wrote this part and then this part. And then this part. So the trace and then the more complicated string formatting stuff I did. Which I guess is most of it, but still. The original idea wasn't mine. Someone submitted a PR for this application. And I was like, oh, that's neat. Appreciate it. Alright, so for index in drawables.size. So then we'll want to get var. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna translate this almost directly. So drawables index render order. So that should technically be valid. And then if mask counts, okay, so I need to grab the mask. Ooh, mask counts. Get drawable mask counts. Do I have that? Drawable masks. Drawable mask counts? Hold on. Go to model. Was that it? Find all references? Was that really it? Drawable masks. Oh, they zip it together. Oh. May use your load data file though. Save data util. I don't remember how save data util works. I wish you good luck. It's been refactored several times. Is this for metadata? Well, I think the hard part about doing save data, right, is that you have individual pieces or individual save files, right? But then you need like an additional metadata file to track your save data files, right? So if you wanted to do something like, you know, restart from last save or continue game, that's a pretty common one. I think that's what I was trying to solve with save data util. That's not the most recent version of it though. You should, if you wanted to use the save data util, you should probably be looking at config manager. So it's based off of save data util, but I've like heavily customized it. So if you took out most of these, actually, yeah, pretty much you take out everything, right? All the specific variables, and then you should be able to just use the functions and then add, you know, add your own variables that you want to save and not save. I do need to update several things in that repo. Save data util, I don't remember how it works, but I think this one is a bit better. Yeah, because see, this one already has all the functions, so like get as dictionary, get as JSON, load from JSON, and then it uses the JSON util to, you know, convert to color to JSON, and then back to color, etc. That's how to approach this. Yeah, I think a lot of these later functions though, like I think save data util has some of these as well. Yeah, dude, these are very complicated. I don't remember how they work. I even have it to do like, oh, this is gross for save config. Like, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, it's something that I didn't realize would be important until, like, you know, you run into the problem of having multiple save files, but then you're not sure how you should handle multiple save files. Right? Because when you have a basic game, you just have the one save file. That's easy, but what if you want to have two save files? Well, then you need to track both save files somehow. You could just track both save files in the same, you know, big blob of files, but I think it's cleaner to just use a metadata file. Right, so what is drawable masks have? That's just an array. Slice from raw parts. And then it zips it with masks. What the heck is this? Drawable, yeah, there it is, drawable masks, yeah. So what is this supposed to be? This is supposed to be a, oh, I remember. Oh no. Oh no. This is just a bunch of, it's an array of arrays. Okay. Prefer not to explode my, I didn't go with the easy route, like assets library or something. Oh. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. Oh, well, okay. So I can just look up the masks for each drawable. Okay. So I think this will work. So if var d is equal to drawables index, and I'm not sure why I need to have. I need to keep an eye on this d value. I might be using it a lot, or maybe I'm not. Maybe the biggest thing is I just need to. I don't know. Still trying to wrap my head around how to do this, because this uses a lot of index access, but the data is given to me like already pre-packaged, so I don't know if it's the best idea. Cubism factory drawable. So that should give me, okay, cool. So that's your target, and then if d mass size is greater than 0. For last stream problem you have solved it, right? Turning off the visibility of the parts? Oh, absolutely not. That's what I'm looking at right now. So I'm just looking at how they're doing mask processing. I've given up. So I'm just looking at their example and implementing their example. And then hopefully I should be able to actually do all of this. Once I get it running in Godot, I can just get it running in Rust as well. That shouldn't be too bad. But no, the only thing I've gotten working is, you know, realizing that I need to redraw everything every single time. Which is why running Live2D is actually like 2 milliseconds slower than running this 3D model, which is very strange. Because at least with the 3D model, you don't need to redraw the mesh. But I think with the Live2D thing, you do need to redraw the mesh every single time, which makes it hard. It's var shader. Oh, hello. I'm still working on it. I figured out what was preventing animations from playing, so at least that's working now. I don't have anything to show for it right now, because I am currently rewriting how everything is drawn to the screen. I don't really understand the concept of redraw every time. So what I do is I reload every single vertice, every single UV, and every single index, and then create a new mesh every single frame. So I am manually reconstructing the mesh every single time. Yeah. Because I think that's how you have to do it. Otherwise, there's no way to change the vertice. Yeah, like there's no way for me to, I don't think there's a way for me to change the vertice at runtime, right? Because I was looking at array mesh, right? So there's no functions inside of this that lets me mess with the vertice. Actually, get array, maybe. Well, no, because actually, maybe, I don't know. Surface get arrays, what does this give me? I mean, I suppose these are references, so maybe that'll work. Maybe I don't need to do that. Maybe I don't need to do that. Should I hold my breath or just test what you committed currently? What I have committed currently doesn't really do anything. And also, I don't think it's going to work anyways, since you'll need to compile the library separately. And I don't have any pre-compiled builds, so you'll need to go through the long and tedious process of, you know, you need to grab the Cubism SDK. You need to put it into the correct directory. If you don't have Rust, you'll need to install Rust. Install the correct tool chain. Get the file, link the file to the correct GD native library, etc. So there's a lot to do. You can array list a pool if you wanted to do that. Oh yeah, I can't read from a pool vector to array because these are These are always copied. These aren't references. So what I should be doing, okay, hold on. I think I got it. All right, this makes sense. This makes sense. So here, all right, just undo me. Completely undo me. Just undo. All right, get rid of everything. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. Git restore test screen. I think I got it. Reload. I see what you mean now. Yeah, it's the vertices need to change, but I'm not sure if I'm able to change the vertices at runtime. But I think I can. If I change this to just a regular array, it should work. So it makes sense to wait, then I usually have to compile it anyways. Yeah, well, it's not hard to, but check this out. So if you look at the eyes, every now and then they will blink, except there's no eyelids because they don't render properly. Because I'm not handling that just yet, but that's what I've figured out, is that I need to redraw every single time. Yeah. And so now we get animation. So I still need to figure out the masking part, but that's what I'm looking at on the right here, which is tough. Okay, but all right, I think I got it. I think I got it. So this is now an array. These are just regular arrays. Because I think, yeah, regular arrays, you can get a reference to them, which is nice. All right, so we construct them all. I think we keep the materials the same as well. And then here, we still have each drawable, question mark? Yes. Wait, what are drawables? I didn't. All right, each drawable is, all right, it's not it's not something that I can easily access. Okay. I think I got it. I think I got it. Stop printing the dynamic flags. Draw the mesh. Here, what we can do, well, give me 1 sec. I need to print out, like, what is the mesh? What is the mesh? What is M? Give me M. Yeah. So print M, get surface. Ooh. All right, this is M, mesh, get surface. Get surface. What is it called? Get surface. Where is it? Yeah. Get surface. Was it not here? Was it on mesh instance? What was I looking at? Mesh. Surface get arrays, and then there's only ever one surface, right? So this should give me 3 arrays, maybe. So we'll look for this to be printed. Oh geez, it's really slow. Oh god. Stop it. Kill it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. Size? They have 9? Why do they have 9 arrays in them? Alright. So I think I'll still need to... Oh, okay. I need to figure out the array vertex. Basically, I need to find out these. Oh, okay. That's actually not bad. That's actually not bad. So if I do... I don't need this array mesh anymore. I just need to modify the array meshes these values. Yes. Yes. Maybe. So we get rid of this array mesh, I guess. That's what I'm thinking. Right. Then this will be, we don't want to resize it. This will be M mesh, whatever this was. Get arrays for surface 0, so it's just the first one. I can make an assumption, but I actually don't think that that's a safe assumption to make. Or at least that might not be strictly true. Alright, but then we do need to re-pool together all the vertices, UVs, and indices every single time. This one, identifier array mesh, that's fine. Wait. Hold on. M mesh set. Can you not set surface from a mesh? So given a mesh, can I just set the surface like that? See, this is where I'm a little confused. Is when can you set surfaces? Or actually, do I even need to set the surface? Because I should be. All right, that's where working in a higher level language is kind of confusing me. Is I don't know if this is a strict, if this is a read-only reference, or if this is like a copy, or if this is a copy, or if this is a reference. Right? Because it doesn't tell me. I would need to look at the source. It's a multi-surface mesh instance. Well, it's a single surface, but you could technically have more than that. I'm not sure. Array mesh surface. I guess there's no way to. You can clear the surface and then just reset the surfaces again, I guess. Let's see if this just works. Right, because this is the array, and then I am modifying the values. Surface is the mesh? Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I feel like this doesn't need the change. So we don't need to set any materials, so this might be fine. I don't know. You think this is gonna work? Send it. Ooh, invalid set index 0. What was the error? I got 428 errors. 204, 421. 0. It's multi-material, then it's multi-surface? Not necessarily, no. That's not true. So you can specify a secondary render pass for most 3D objects. So given a mesh instance, right? I pass just a capsule mesh, and then we can pass, you know, some sort of spatial material, and then next pass we can then specify another spatial material, right? So you can have multiple spatial materials, or yeah, you can have multiple materials on the same mesh instance, which is what I am planning to do. Is that we'll just have it run 2 render passes. But yeah. So why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? This should be okay. The error was... okay. It needs to be a pool vector array. I guess since I'm resetting them, and then this should just be a regular array, question mark. So that's hopefully fine. Add surface from arrays. Yeah, so that's just a regular array. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. So change this. This is a pool vector 2 array. This is also a pool vector 2 array. pool to array, and then this is just pool int array, I believe. Something like that. Talking about passes, okay. Well, I mean in general term a 3D file workflow. Generally, yes, but you could just have multiple render passes as well. But yeah, I think in general you can only have one material, but on the renderer portion you can render as many materials over it as you want. And then I'm not sure what it's doing with the materials on the back end, of course, but I think this is what I need. So this is not gonna know, by the way. So this is a pool vector 2 array, just so I don't get confused. I think this is the correct approach. So we're basically allocating like a bunch of new data every single frame, but that's okay. Something like this. Pool int array. Please. Something like that. And so we'll send it. All right, well, generally unhelpful, but is she blinking at the very least? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. No blinks. No blinks. I feel like that might be like a read-only array then. It might be read-only, which makes this tough. Did you pool again? I did pool again, yeah. So what I did is I grabbed the original... Oh, this is wrong. Hold on. Hold on, that's very wrong. I just realized it makes no sense to just append. Let's create a new pool vector 2 array for all of these. Yeah, there's no reason to... Well, I don't know. This should just be okay though. Oh. Pool int array. So the hard part about the pooled arrays is that you can never get a reference to them. This still won't do anything. Yeah, because what should have happened actually is last time the entire model should have gotten extremely messed up, but it didn't, which is leading me to think that this is having no effect whatsoever. Yeah, get surface get arrays probably doesn't do anything. Unless I create just like a new array mesh, which I could. We're gonna do that, I guess. Var, yeah, so we're just gonna go along with the original plan, which is we're just gonna create a new one every single time. That's not how you spell array mesh. Array mesh adds surface from this, and then mesh is equal to array mesh. Then we'll need to create the materials again. Oh. Should be okay, right? Please. Blink. Yes! Alright, cool. Is this more optimal? This looks like it's about the same. This looks like it's about the same. Yeah. Like, I guess we don't... Hold on. If we do it like this, right? All right, let's just stop. No typing for now. No static typing for now, because I keep having to retype it over and over again. We do it like this, and then I change the logic. So this is now like... like size, right? And so now we're no longer just appending to it. Now we should be doing direct vertex access, because the amount of vertices will never change. And so now this should theoretically be more performant. Update vertices and UVs, maybe not indexes. It shouldn't make any difference, right? It shouldn't make any difference whether or not I update all of them or not. I mean, at least for indices, it doesn't make any difference, right? Because of course they don't change, but I don't know. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. We could always leave it out. Always leave it out. Is equal to the vertex positions. Something like that. So that should technically be more performant. But that's not really my problem right now. Anyways. UVs. So this is UV IDX is equal to the vertex UVs. UV IDX. Yeah, so that should probably be okay. Technically more performant. Nope. Just goes completely away. So is it because of how I was doing this? It was. Okay. Huh. You would think that that would be okay. You would be very wrong. I guess the values are actually changing every time, but this still doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because I need to translate the value appropriately. So if I did like a vector to like x. Sorry. A rookie mistake. I don't know if there's a better way of optimizing this then, because this is looking pretty unoptimal. Nope, really? So this is creating a new one. Oh, and then I also need to remember to flip these values. Okay, yeah, cool. So it should blink. Yeah, all right. It's technically more performance. Hooray. Where's the print statement? Why am I printing? Where and why? It's the opacity. Okay. So let's run that one more time. We'll also run the monitor. It's so slow. This is actually a bit slower than... It's hard to say if it's more performant. I think it actually looks a... It's a bit more unstable at the very least, so I don't know. Even though I'm not recreating the entire mesh every single time. It used to be 18 milliseconds, now it's 20, so I don't know if this is helping. I don't know if this is helping. Can I add a material from here? No. 20 milliseconds though is very slow. You want to be at least like 16. Potentially faster. Yeah, surface update region sounds like what I need, because you're decomposing the vector too. Well, it's actually not getting decomposed. It does need to be changed appropriately like that, right? Because I do need to invert the y values. Well, I guess, I don't know, like I could do, wouldn't it be slower if I did vertex positions and then vertices, hold on, vertices y times equals -1, something like that. Like, that's technically the same thing, I guess. It shouldn't make too much of a difference. I guess I'm not constructing a new vector 2 every time anymore. Yeah, it's different. Vertex UV ID X. Right, and then UV ID X times equals -1. Something like that. Oh, geez. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good, have to say. I do like how you can still see the eyes blink as well. It's kind of terrifying. What did I do? Why is this so messed up now? Isn't it supposed to be negative? Like, it's supposed to be oh, it's because this one. I forgot the Y. Sorry. Huzzah. My key is spamming bad. Nice. Oh god, my back. Profiler? Oh, sorry, I was stretching my back. It's still 20 or 18. It's oscillating between the two, so I feel like this is actually more. This is actually like less performant, but that's okay. That's not the point. I need to figure out. Well, before we do that, let's just continue with the masking stuff, right? So if actually, don't I have this? Like, has mask? It's just a Boolean? Or no? No, isn't it? I thought one of these had a variable called, oh, okay, is masked. But this doesn't make any sense for is masked to be on the MOC. Okay. I guess it's just on masks. So you get a brand new mesh data every frame because it's supposed to work like that from SDK? Yeah. Because the SDK works. I mean, that's just how you draw directly to your GPU, pretty much. Is that you send in a bunch of vertices and then those just get packed. So it's technically very fast. It's just very slow because I'm doing it all in GT script. Because I don't know how this is supposed to work. Let's do this. If D masks size is greater than 0, then we'll do a thing. Otherwise, we'll do, I guess whatever we're doing here, though, that's what we'll need to do for the else. Otherwise, you can construct the data in Rust. Yeah, I think that's my plan. Well, my plan is to just render everything in Rust, right? So we can, or at least we can construct the array mesh in Rust. So that should be really fast. Yeah, it should be pretty easy to do, I think. Yeah, because I have access to the associated like Godot structures. So the pool vector 2 arrays and the pool int array. So that's not hard. Oh god, my back. As I get for standing up for a million hours. Alright, so mask count target. I don't think I need to... Yeah, this has already been packed for me, so this is for I in, well, for mask in D masks. We'll just do a for each loop and see how that goes. Drawable index. So each mask. Huh. Then you could get less than like 8 milliseconds or something. I don't know. I think there's still like a lot of... I think like Godot by itself already has a little bit of overhead. Like 10 milliseconds overhead when you're just running. I think? I don't know. I'm kind of just talking out of my butt. All right, let's see. We can profile this one. So this is just a 3D scene with no camera. Look at that, 16. Actually, why is this so slow? This is running about as fast as as OpenSea faces. Yeah, there's nothing else running in the scene though. Oh, there's the Cubism factory, but that's just like that's a singleton that is just a factory. Code is good then? Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know. Don't know what's going on with that, but let's just ignore that for now. Maybe it's just like because I'm streaming. So I'm always gonna have like bad performance. So masks, targets. Where is target coming from? Target is the render order. Var target is going to be D render order. That's weird. Need Vulkan now? No. I was actually wrong, by the way. I thought there would be a Godot 4 alpha out by Christmas, but here we are. Where does masks come from? So these are just like the associated masks. And each associated mask has... Oh, it's already pruned the logs. Okay. I don't know. Let's just print the masks, I guess. Print D masks, and then we'll see if there's something I need to do. Each one... Because there's no -1. Get drawable masks is masks. Masks. Drawable masks. It's a hard word to say. So, drawable masks is Wait, no, that's just regular masks. Oh, and then they zip it together with... Who? Masks is a pointer. Points to a pointer. And then... Slice from raw parts. What the... What is this? Who? So that's the MOC. MOC. It's a slice from raw parts. What is a slice from raw parts? From is a slice from a pointer and a length. Who? Forms a slice from a pointer and a length. What? What are you talking about? So drawable masks is a box of I-32s. Struggling here. What? But they're just calling get drawable masks, and then they're calling here. Where is it? Masks target. So masks render order, and then they just iterate through. I can do that. I can do that. For I in MOC. Is there no MOC? Did I not? No, I didn't do that yet. Okay. MOC is a cubism factory, MOC. And then we'll just load it in here. MOC is equal to model MOC. It's one of the things I've exposed. So MOC, drawable masks, size. Wait. No. It's for I in drawable masks. D render order. Yeah. And then this is the actual mask. Yeah, okay, he's done it. I've successfully translated this to whatever the heck the Rust API is giving me. We can prefactor this later. This seems kind of weird. To do this seems weird. So then if this is the drawable index. Mask drawable index. So if mask drawable index is equal to -1, and we'll just continue. Yeah, that's pretty easy to translate. And then we can always look at the dynamic flags as well. It's not hard. Pretty easy to get those from just the D. Actually, if we're just doing this for both, we might as well store the flags. If not, what did I call these? Vertex positions did change. I mean, this is probably really slow, by the way. That's okay. Is this what I called them, though, on the Rust side? So, let's see. Dig helpers. So this is drawable. Oh, I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. Dynamic flags. So that should be a string, of course, because we get the dynamic flag string, as opposed to just doing raw bytes comparisons, but that's something that I can improve. So masking drawable. So var. Where's drawable coming from? Drawable. Drawable. Drawable comes from somewhere. Nervous laughter. I think I have access to this from the MOC. Maybe not. Oh no, no I don't. I think I still probably have access to this via the just raw mesh array. Because I think that they're all in order. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're all in order. I think I unintentionally... Did I? Maybe not. Okay, hold on. Let's do that first then. So meshes is an array. And then we'll place them into here. So meshes, resize, drawables, size, right? And then at the very end, we won't do meshes append, we'll just do meshes, drawable render order is equal to mesh. Yeah, there we go. So now we can access each one of these by... That's not true. That's not true, we can't do that. Can't do that. I mean, we can do that, but it doesn't make a difference. So let's get rid of this as well. So we don't need to resize it. Drawables. Drawables is an array. That's probably in order. So let's just hope it's in order. I don't know. I'm starting to lose confidence. Starting to rapidly lose confidence. Drawables. Mask. Drawable index. That's probably fine. Don't need to do any of the calling stuff. I guess we do need to render it. Ooh. Are masks textures? I have no idea. I think masks are just more meshes. I think those are just more meshes. And then we need to... Oh no, because they're more meshes and it's a drawable. Oh baby. Okay, so var. Cubism factory. Drawable. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. So this is going to be like another mesh. But the opacity is going to be set to 1 as opposed to 0. I think. Maybe. If I'm understanding this correctly. Opacity needs to be fixed as 1. So now we have our thing, right? Set calling, set main texture. Do these have a textures attached to them? Oh yeah, they do. They have a texture index. Okay. I don't really have any calling. You know what? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. Hello, hello. I'm back. Baby, come back. So this looks tough. Oh, okay, yeah. So I need to render each mask. And then render the... Or no, if the drawable has a mask, I need to render each mask in a special way and then render the mask normally after that. I think. I don't know what set mask texture does, but I think that's probably fine. Yeah, so we don't actually need this else statement, probably. Just go through this. Yeah. But we do need to render the masks. And they need to be rendered separately. I'm looking at the Live2D tutorial for informing. Isn't that's like for like actually rigging a character though, isn't it? Yeah, but you see what is what? It's close enough. I don't really... I've seen enough of it to know how they kind of work. It makes enough sense to me. I'm not worried about it. Alright, so var visited IDX. I think this is going to be something kind of weird I'm going to do. So for every drawable index, I'm going to add it to the visited index. So we don't redraw the same thing twice. Since I am just running through potentially a different mask, or I'm potentially, each mask is technically part of the drawables as well, I think. Part is like a container, yeah. Like, yeah, I mean, they have to be, right? If they want them to move independently. It's not just like a static 2D image. If drawable index in visited index, then we just want to continue. And then I think similarly, let's see. Maybe at the end, we'll do visited index append drawable index, something like that. And then the same for, we need to do this several times, don't we? That's tough. I don't think something can have itself as its mask, so that's probably safe. I guess I need to check the mask textures as well, so I feel like I need to store the masks and not use those. I don't know. Like specifically omit the masks and then only draw. I don't know how it's used. I know that some things share the same mask. Okay, then we won't increment this for... It's like a layer group? I don't know. I don't know. How it specifically works, I don't know. Or I guess how it's intended to work. I've seen it rigged before, if that's what you're asking. I've never actually used it. But at this point, we're touching the API, so. pretty much as complicated as it gets. So that's a drawable, for sure. Vertices. Okay, so we'll do the same thing. For array mesh. Pretty much all this, right? Pretty much all of this. Except for the visited index append part. Yeah. Lots of code duplication, but we're not gonna worry about that just yet. I don't know. Send it, dude. Wah. Trying to assign a non-object value to a variable of type something. Oh, that's good. Does this not exist? Yeah. Did it crash? MOC. I don't know. That's probably okay. It is blinking now, so that's a positive. Averaging about 20 to 19. I don't think anything has changed. Yeah. Oh, it's because I didn't. All right, the opacities need to change. Opacities need to always be 1.0 equal to 1. 100%. No difference. Render mode, culling. Are these things that I have? Target drawable? Render target? Target drawable? Yeah, do I have a culling thing I can use? So on each drawable, should be something here. Drawable, model, model, model. Maybe drawing the mask behind. Yeah, you know what? That's probably... That might be it. Let's just, as a debug step. Let's draw super late. Nope. Doesn't appear to make a difference. Maybe draw it super early. Nope. Like I don't think that makes a difference. I guess there are a few things I need to change because this, oh, you know what? This is still using the same D value. Maybe that made a difference. Hold on. Can a mask have another mask? Oh, did that blinking look better, or am I just crazy? I might be crazy. High draw order is drawn last? Yes. This makes sense, yes. Because it's the order in which it's drawn. So of course the thing that's drawn last will be on top, yes. Is that not what I said? I might have gotten that mixed up in my words. In which case I apologize. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not even drawing any masks. Who? Wait a minute. Yeah. Yeah. So we are drawing, or we are entering. Oh, okay. So there's nothing in MOC drawable masks. That's a bit tough. I guess is the intent for me to I don't know. I can refactor this just to use this index directly. So it's like 78, 81, 79. So these are probably okay. So instead of doing like if D mask's size is greater than 0, right? We could just do, you know, basically like 4 mask inside of this, which is honestly like a better API for mask in D masks. But this is like mask index, right? So this is going to cause a few problems, or it should. What did I have before? Okay. It was just an if statement. For mask in D masks. Got pinged on Discord. Who is this? Okay. Oh, actually, I think this will work, right? So we just move everything down 1 index. It should be okay, probably. No. I guess there is no mask drawable index. So let's see if mask for mask index in D masks. So if mask index is equal to -1, then we'll just continue. So we'll grab this. Looks like it's okay. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. It is blinking. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I know there's also like other things I need to change as well. Whenever it blinks, it emits a few flags. You changed nothing. It appears so, yeah. Doesn't look like it actually did anything. It's printing too many flags at this point. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to do... visited index append mask index, so we just don't draw the masks twice, maybe? Nope. I feel like that would change something. Please blink. Okay, thank you. We're getting closer, I think. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell. Oh, sorry. Looking to see eye mask, right? No, I'm looking to see the arm mask. I think the eye thing is probably fine. I think the eye thing is almost entirely dependent upon these dynamic flags instead. I don't think the eye thing is dependent upon the masks. Also, but I'm not sure what I'm looking for either. All right, please blink again, and then I'll close the application. Do it. He's done it. Huh, am I only ever printing here in dynamic flags? Oh, I am. Okay. Yeah, so you can see the mask doesn't ever change when they blink, which leads me to believe the blinking is not controlled by the masks. I think the only thing that's controlled by the masks is like whether or not the arms are visible. If it's drawn, we would see proper eyes. Well, the proper eyes are based off of dynamic flags. So there's like an opacity thing that needs to change, but it's not changing for some reason. Or I think it's like a render order needs to be modified. Maybe. So looking here, getting a lot of text output. Very slow. Yeah, so for just a regular thingy, a draw order is changed, and then the render order changes for some of them. So I don't know why the render order doesn't automatically update, though. I don't know why the render order doesn't automatically update. Seems a bit weird. Yeah, so the masks seem to be like extremely constant, like nothing ever changes for those. Vertex position changed. Might be nice to have these as just like a set of constants. So these are dynamic flags. So is visible. One of the things I liked a lot about Java and C# is having enums that can be compared to strings. You're blinking with expression motion, right? No, I'm not. I'm just calling update. So I think something is happening on the back end that I don't know about. But what exactly is changing, I have no idea. I haven't done anything to the model. So, don't know. Draw order changed. And then render order. It does by default. Well, it's probably doing it because I'm calling updates on it. That's for sure. What else? I don't know. I'm only calling updates, and then I guess apply expression doesn't really do anything. Like I can run it again, but demonstrate that nothing has changed. I don't think the expression has any impact on it. So we can run it again, right? Oh, hold on. What? 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 What's going on? That doesn't seem right. What? Invalid set index 36 with value of type. What? Hold on. I didn't change anything here. What? I didn't change anything here. What? I saved this. What? Restart? Yeah, probably. It's probably a good call. I can feel myself starting to get tilted again. Enums break. Godot. Well, see, the thing is that wasn't an enum. That was a constant. We can even rename it to dynamic flags. Like it's a dictionary, actually. Yeah. What happened? Oh, you know what? It's the I'm accessing the wrong mesh instance. Yeah. Okay. Oh, my bad. Getting ready to call it. Once that lower lumbar starts to get really sore, that's when you know. Mask D. That should be fair. That should. Oh wait, hold on. Is it because this is coming from? Oh, I see. I see. This should be meshes. Dot. Mask. IDX. Right. Something like that, and then we'll need to reset this later on as well. Yeah, here. All right. That might have contributed to some of the instability. Okay, cool. I mean, it looks about the same. I don't know why that wasn't working before, but maybe the change just wasn't picking up. I can see it's starting to lag as well from all the prints. Yeah, but now we can do cubism factory dynamic flags vertex position changed, something like that. Like blinking looks weird now. Yeah, it's because it's starting to lag really hard. It's starting to lag really hard. Probably because of all the print statements. So I think it should be better now. We just wait for it. Yeah, now it's pretty smooth. It's just because it was printing really quickly. I wonder if any of these are inverted masks. Nope. I guess I can also just print it out as well. Print mask D constant flags string. Yeah, so they're all just double-sided masks. None of them are inverted. And I have some notes saying that they might require a stencil buffer, but I don't think that's what I need. I really hope I don't need a stencil buffer because I'm not sure what I would use otherwise. Grab a name of the mask. See, that's the thing, is I don't actually have a name of the mask. I only have the mask index. There are no names. There are names for the parts, but there's only 19 parts. There are 19 parts, but there are 83 meshes. So, yeah, I guess I can check this, which is print this thing, and then just see if I can find it, I suppose. Oh, I might as well, I guess. We can check for the node name. So it's something 79. So 79, 80, and then 82 should be right. One of those. Yeah. Okay. So 79. You seem to be incrementing like at a rapid pace as well. Pause. No. Bring me back. All right. Unpause me. All right. Now it's broken. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I can like call it out every single time. Yeah. The remote breaks every time it stops for some reason. it might be a bit too intense for Godot. But it's 79, 80. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the object ID things. Because I'm not allocating a new... Actually, am I allocating a new mesh? I am allocating a new mesh. Yeah, never mind. Because I can't reuse the last one because there's no way to... I suppose I could clear out the array mesh and then just add the new surface afterwards. I mean, we can try that, right? We can try that. So instead of doing like array mesh, whatever, we can just store the array mesh like this. Mesh, and then array mesh. Array mesh, and then array mesh. Clear surfaces, something like that. Apply a new value, then it's done. Yeah. Well, because there's no way to just set the surface, right? You have to add surface from arrays. There's no way to just set surface in array mesh. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. So this is var array mesh equals m mesh. So that should be okay. Ah! What happened? Ooh? Oh. Okay, I see. Yeah, I did this in the wrong order. We get the array mesh, and then we have to clear it. I don't think they're linked, so that should probably be fine. If they are linked, then that raises more questions. Okay, so they're not linked, which is interesting. It's read only. Nice. It doesn't seem, I don't know, like it doesn't seem to make a huge difference. I guess I can check the IDs. So on 79, yeah, I mean, they're still going up pretty quickly, even though I'm reusing the array mesh. Right, it should be the same thing. So I don't know. Like these are the same mesh. Material going up now? Yeah. Well, oh, was that material, not the mesh? Oh, okay. Hold on, we can fix that. If that's all it is, then we can grab the material from. Let's see. Spatial material is equal to array mesh get. Surface get material 0. One of these. And then we can fix that here as well. Alright, so like, it's not really helping solve the problem, but it is a feature enhancement, which would be nice to have. Something broke. Invalid set index albedo texture on base null instance. I was trying to remember. There's a reason why this wasn't working for me before. And I think it's because, for some reason, I'm not able to copy this. Like, this material is always, like, null, I think. So you check here. We can always just print out mat. We'll run into the error really quickly. But then, yeah, we're not able to get the material. So even if I duplicate it, it doesn't make a difference, right? Because it's null. It's a null object because it's shared. Yeah, but like it's null. So like I printed it here before I cleared the surface. So it shouldn't make a difference. It should exist here, and then after I clear the surface, if it was shared, then it would go away, which would make sense. But no, I'm printing it before I clear it. which means that it's null here. So if I do like a cheeky duplicate here, we get the same problem of, well, now it's like duplicate on null instance on a null instance. So it's saying it doesn't exist. Which is why I was creating a new material every single time. But maybe I should just store the material separately? I don't really know. The get material looks like it might be broken. Right? And I have already verified, before you ask, that it's not 1. If I change it to 1, we still get the same thing. And then we also get like an error saying that it's out of bounds. Whereas with 0, we don't get any out of bounds error, it's just null. Which is strange. But then if we do like a, you know, we can do an if check. So if mat is equal to null. Oh, okay. Well, at least we're able to check that. I was gonna say like that also returns an invalid value, but I'm not sure. You know what? I'm done for today. I'm done. Expose MOC in Cubism factory. Blinking works. Let's push that straight to the 3D one. It's alright. Many tears and sweat. Sweat and tears, but tears and sweat really makes you read it a second time. Sweat and tears. Gotta go alphabetical in English. But that's actually not something that you can depend on. Not everything in English is alphabetical. There's like, it's a not literary, a linguistic thing. It's like, most English sayings don't end on a closed consonant or a closing sound. So sweat is a closing sound, but tear is just kind of open. So you would actually go sweat and tear. I'm trying to think of another saying in English that goes against that. Well, that is not alphabetical, but still follows that same cadence. Native English speaker said that. Yeah, I know. I figured. It's a common saying. Blood, sweat, and tears. Is a saying like that? Yeah. Yeah. Hope and dreams. Yeah, hope and dreams. Hope and dreams is not alphabetical, but it still somewhat follows the same cadence structure. So hope, hard stop, dreams, slider stop. I read something about that. It's like, that's how English sayings go. So if you reverse the saying, it sounds really unnatural. Yeah. So it's not alphabetical, but it follows the same kind of cadence. Anyways, thanks for tuning in. I will be live Tuesday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Probably working on this again, but we'll see. You know, there's a Discord if you want to check it out. You can find all my work on GitHub, etc. Let me push the Cubism stuff. Did I add anything to this? No. But anyways, yeah. Give the channel follow going already. You can find all my software on GitHub, etc., etc. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. Goodbye. Push that beauty. Ooh woo.